Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give a few more seconds for everyone to just join that are still busy getting onto the platform before we begin. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to both of the committees, the Police Portfolio Committee and, of course, the Committee on Agriculture. And so to all the relevant authorities, I see quite a few names to the National Commissioner of South African Police Service, Deputy Ministers of Police, Deputy Minister Boshielo, Deputy Minister Matale. I am definitely gonna leave some out just because of the amount of people that we have with us this morning. Babalwa, I just want to check if we've got quorum.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum from the police.
May I just check from the Agriculture Committee as well?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. We are short with one member, Chair, from PC1 Agriculture. We've got only 5 members on the platform. I'm still waiting for one at least to join.
No problem. Thank you. We will start with minutes, possibly from the Police Committee. It'll be very brief. So I think within a space of about 10 minutes, we can then move to the business of the day regarding specifically that committee. I also want to specifically welcome Chairperson Pule from the Agriculture Committee. It is going to start feeling strange, Chairperson, when we don't meet so regularly anymore. It's now becoming a habit to co-chair these meetings. So welcome again, and thank you for all of your input.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, may I then ask that we move to adopt the agenda?
Sorry, from PC1, I will do from a quorum now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Honourable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all the members on the platform. Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda as in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable
second, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Oukamp. Honourable Taibosh.
I second that we accept the agenda.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Trollip.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I was also going to second, but I want to make apologies that I will have to leave this meeting at about 10 to 9 because I've got a monitoring and evaluation meeting, and I have to go and attend that. It's scheduled for Wednesday, which is today, and we're having an important presentation. So if you could please excuse me.
Thank you, Honourable Trollip. No problem. We are going to push to ensure that we conclude the consideration and adoption of the petition report on farm killings before then, in order for everyone to then be able to be on time. Just want to check. I see a hand is up. DM Boshielo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson and Chairperson of Agriculture and all the members on the platform. In terms of the agenda, just that it's off now. I've seen that we have put IPID where they must report on state capture. IPID, remember, does not report deal with state capture, it deals with police. So I think there's something there. If we can put the agenda back, I'll be able to show you what I'm trying to say.
Babalwa, please add the agenda again.
On number 7, briefing by DPCI and IPID on the progress regarding the implementation of recommendations emanating from the state capture report. The IPID would not be able to do that, but the DPCI will be able to report on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. There were specific recommendations after the Zondo Commission, specifically with regards to the input from IPID. IPID was one of the bodies that were identified to make certain or to do or complete certain investigations. So they have a brief report that they comprised or compiled for today. I am aware that the executive director of IPID has sent an apology for today. So we can hear what they have to say and then take it from there. I hope that's okay.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Colleagues, I want to start then with the consideration and adoption of the petition report on farm killings. I hope and trust that everyone has received and has read the report. If we can possibly get it on the screen, please, and then we can take input, if needed, from the different committee members. And if not, we can then consider the adoption of the report. Nicolette, would you be able to share it, or Babalwa? Thank you, Nicolette. Colleagues, I'm sure most of you have read it. If we go to the recommendations, you would see that there was quite a list of recommendations, and it obviously covered a lot of the discussions that we had during our deliberations after Mr. Sito's presentation to the committees. And just to remind everyone that we had 2 sessions that we worked through all of this, where quite a bit of detail and actually touching on quite a few other departments' roles and responsibilities was also touched on. One of the things, or two things that stood out for me personally, one was the outreach programs with traditional leaders in rural communities to increase protection measures. I think that is something that's very valuable, that doesn't often come up and is not often emphasized the way that it could be. And then also the different roles that departments like, for example, DIRCO, the broader justice system, the MPA, Home Affairs, and so on, can play with this. So are there any specific inputs from committee members? I'm taking hands. I've noted Honourable Schikkerling. I've noted Honourable Okamp. Honourable Muela. If you feel like saying something while they're speaking, feel free to put up your hand. I will note it. If I miss you for some other reason, please interrupt me and I will make sure that you get the opportunity to raise your point. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you once again, Chairperson. I'm so sorry, I'm not going to put my camera on because my signal isn't wonderful today due to the weather. Chair,
Honourable Secretary, as long as it's because of your signal and not because of your hair.
No, unfortunately, my hair is dry,
We forgive
even
you.
though it's raining. Chair, I did read through the report, and I think that there are some aspects that we have left out on this report. And I think it's very important for us to acknowledge that while we all agree, we all agreed that murder is incorrect and murder happens on a daily basis, and whether you are killed in the gang in the Cape Flats due to gang murder, or whether you are killed in a home invasion, or whether you are killed in a shebeen where you've been enjoying yourself with your friends, murder is wrong. I think that's the most important thing. But each murder in South Africa is vastly different. And we need to acknowledge that farm murders that take place are different, and they have different aspects, and they're very unique. And we have to acknowledge that farm murders are sometimes romanticized by political parties, and that there is some form of incitement, Chair. And it does obviously create a climate in which violence against farmers, and I want to include farm workers, is encouraged. And Chair, I originally come from the Northwest Province, and farm murders, while people want to perceive that farm murders are based on a certain race classification, it is not the case. There are many, many farm workers of other races that are farmers and farm workers that are murdered. And we need to acknowledge that the brutality of these murders are incredibly different. And I think we have to make sure that we bring that into the deliberation, because I think it is something that we spoke of, Chair. And then on the, I can read them out if, I don't know who's taking minutes if they would like to. And then on the resolutions and recommendations, Chair, I also think that there's certain points that we have to bring in. For instance, in point number 1, it says the SAP should conduct a national audit of rural policing capacity, including stock theft units, mounted units, and canine units. Measures should be taken to improve the sustainability and availability of vehicles and to ensure discipline in the use and maintenance of state assets. Chair, I really think that we have to include the rural safety units on both station and district levels must be formalized accordingly. It is a problem that I encounter every single time that I do oversight in a rural area. And again, rural is rural. It has no race. And those people living in the rural areas definitely need specific units to look after them, because it is a vastly different kind of area and a different kind of brutality that is taking place, Chair. And then may I proceed?
Welcome, Honourable Schikkerling. I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
Thank you very much. And then I just think, in point number 3 and 4, in point number 3, it says SAPS must strengthen its crime intelligence capacity. Where it ends by stock theft, Chair, we have to include and farm murders on farmers and farm workers, because it's not only crime intelligence that must be checking for stock theft. They must be aware of what is going on in their community. So we have to include and farm attacks on farmers and farm workers. And the same in point number 4, after stock theft, we need to include the word farm attacks.
Is that it, Honourable Schikkerling?
I have a few more, Chair, but I think that there are other people that would like to speak, so they can have a turn. And then if there's anything else that we need to add, I could possibly just present it here, and we could then make sure that it gets included. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. I've noted the hand of DM Boshielo. DM, I'll come to you now. Honourable Okam.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, I agree with what the Honourable Schikkerling said. If we go to the resolutions under point 1, I saw that the changes has been made. I think just in front of the word stations and district levels, I think Honorable Schikkerling said that we must say rural safety units on both station and district levels. Chair, while she's typing there, it is very important what Honorable Schikkerling said. When we are talking about rural safety, and especially safety on our country's farms, I come from the Northern Cape. And in the Northern Cape, we have seen many farm attacks where people of all races have been attacked, have been killed, have been seriously injured. It's farmers, farm workers, and when I say farmers, I talk black, white, colored, doesn't matter. Farm workers, the same. We've seen the Free State where a white farm worker was killed. We've seen in other places where black farm workers were killed. So I don't think we should in any way whatsoever distinguish about race. These are people of all races and of all creeds that are affected by this. Honorable Chairperson, then I would also just like to add another point under this. Let's make it then a point 7, which says that SAPS must better support community safety structures in rural areas. It can be a point number 8, yeah. So, South African Police Service must better support community safety structures. I believe that cooperation between the police and safety units in the private sector or in the public that are out there, farm guards, community guards, etc., must be better cooperated between. Chairperson, and then just as a last one on point 1, the whole first point of deliberations under point 3, deliberations by the committees. Under point 1, 3.1. It starts there with members emphasize that all citizens are equal before the law and no perception should be created that farm murders constitute a special class of crime. I would just like it to be added that some members did acknowledge that farm attacks have certain unique aspects that should be considered. These factors include that farm attacks are sometimes romanticized, as what the Honourable Schikkerling has said, romanticized by political rhetoric and incitement. This creates a climate in which violence against farmers and farm workers is not only tolerated but even encouraged. The second unique aspect is the extreme brutality often seen with these attacks when victims are sometimes mutilated and tortured. Unlike other crimes like gang or other murders, some farm murders are celebrated on social media. And I think that is the correct place to put it in. And I would like to, at the end of that, just refer to a bit of research that was done. The last sentence, if we can add, research by Rudolf Zinn indicates that most of these crimes are financially motivated, but found that violence is often excessive and disproportionate. And again, Chair, this entails people of all races. Our people in our rural areas is very exposed. In my constituency, I've got towns like Van Sailsrus, which is 150 kilometers from any other big town. It's gravel roads all around. There are very little visible policing, and we've got diverse communities there which are all exposed. Those communities are working together, they are standing together, they are assisting each other, but unfortunately they cannot get the proper support from our SAPs in those rural far-flung areas, especially from the Northern Cape and other rural provinces. And those people, if they get attacked or if they get robbed or raped or whatever the case might be, are very, very exposed. And I think it's very important that we must adhere to their pledges and requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Oukamp. Honourable Muela.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to DM and all the ministry in attendance and also all the honorable members. Yeah, Chair, I think it is important to note that indeed in South Africa we've got a high rate of an attack in a general sense with regard to murder that cut across all areas, which we have to be hands-on, ensuring that all civilians and all citizens in this country they live without fear and they are protected by our police and everyone who is responsible for combating crime and ensuring that our people live in their safety. But it is very much important not to paint a particular picture that there is an excessive farm murdering in this country, which I believe is some sort of a particular narrative that is pursuing to vindicate or to put South Africa in a particular view that there's a specific farm murdering that is happening. So I think this, Chair, even when we're having a discussion on this particular matter, we reiterated extensively on the issues that in South Africa, yes, there is a high rate of murder that cut across and which affects all our citizens. But to paint a picture that the farmers are being murdered, I think it's a notion that we need to have a caution around it, because the murder cut across and it affects all areas of our society. So this particular notion that we need to then have a view that farmers are murdered in South Africa, I think we reiterated on it that it is really painting a wrong perception. That is why even today we are having farmers who are still in this country because they enjoy the protection and they know very well that these are just criminal elements which all of us, we don't agree on, which are happening to all our farmers and everyone who is affected by these wrong tendencies of attack and all that. But to then coin it in a way that farmers are being attacked, I think it's a wrong perception, because if it was the sense, we'll be having a lot of farmers packing their bags and everything, moving away to US as there is a window that is open, that people who are believing that there is this particular notion, they are welcome. I think, according to me, coining it in that particular sense, it will send a very wrong message and a wrong perception, Chair. But all in all the recommendations that are being placed here to ensure that we then strengthen the capacity to ensure that there is a protection, and the police are increasing their capacity, and also a way of how they will handle this particular thuggery and criminal elements that are happening in this part of our area. I think it is very much important that we deal with it, but we must not paint a picture that farmers are being massacred, Chair. So that is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. DM Boshielo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'm covered by Honorable Schickling and then and Honorable Ukamp and also Comrade Muela. I think the way they've put it and to say we do not want to play into the narrative that there's genocide of farmers in South Africa, especially as the stage where we are, where we need to be together to because there's no genocide, there's no really targeted farm killing. We just have crime which we have to deal with. So I think Honorable Shikling really covered me very well, and Honorable Ukamp. That's the narrative that we have to. So we might want to redo this because unfortunately or coincidentally, today we know that the president, I think the Minister of Agriculture is also with him. They're meeting the president of the USA, and it can be played all around as the committee confirming that there is farm killings, and this can be used to demotivate our country when our leaders from all our leaders is including the Minister of Agriculture, the President and other ministers who have gone there, then it will then come to a futile thing. So I honestly am being covered by Honorable Shikling and Comrade Honorable Ukamp and Honorable Muela. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. There's a hand up for Andile's iPhone. I think it's Honorable Kama. I'm not good at pronouncing names. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair and the committee. I just want to reiterate the approach of this report, which externalizes the problem. And there's a serious silence on the farm workers. The problem is that the violence on farms is generally perpetrated by white farmers against farm workers. We know even stories of farm workers being murdered, being fed to the pigs. Now, I want to suggest that in the proposals, that the police statistics must delineate the number of farm workers who are murdered when they tally the murders on farms. We need to get a very clear sense of how many farm workers are murdered and by who, because there's a massive silence on the vulnerable people on farms. Then I want to also suggest that as a committee, we must go out and as joint committees and listen to the voices of the most marginalized on farms around their experiences on violence on farms. There is police ineptitude. There is even the procedural failures, as we know the Mpumalanga case of labor tenants there. We have massive rural and farm violence and crime, but the victims are farm workers. And I want to suggest that that's where we should be putting our emphasis and energy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think part of the recommendations does include some of the delineation. SAPs do actually delineate. I think this would also be good for us to look into a little bit in more depth next week after the crime stats release on the 23rd of May. I see Honorable Motusi.
Yes.
Honorable Motusi, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good morning, members. Maybe let me start with what the DM and Ntate Moela said. I want to ask the meeting if it is possible that because the word farm falls within the category of rural, as it was said by Honorable Okam. Now, is it then possible to replace the word farm everywhere it appears and replace it with rural, so that we do not create an impression that there are farm killings? Because if you say farms falls within the category of rural, we might as well say rural so that we cover everyone in that rural. So that is the first thing that I wanted to raise. Now, the second thing that I want to raise is on the recommendation number 1, to say the meeting that we had with the SAPS. I think it's I can't remember the exact date, but it was the meeting that we had, a joint meeting with the SAPS. They did present what they have in terms of their mounted units. And I remember in that meeting saying that, how do you in one province have one mounted unit? For example, where I come from in the Northwest, where it's situated in Swaziland, and Swaziland, for Rustenburg, for Brits, for Moretele, it's almost about 300 to 400 kilometers. So I thought that one of the recommendations should actually be to say, because SAPS did present what they have in the rurals, you say this is what we have. So I thought that the recommendation should actually be saying what you have as SAPS is actually not enough. How do you ensure that what you have actually then get to cover the whole area? Because you can't cover your mounted unit based 300 kilometers or 400 kilometers away. And in some provinces, there are no mounted units. And when some of these things are happening, livestock, they don't happen in areas where you can just drive with your normal cars. So I thought that we could actually craft it in such a way that we push SAPS to ensure that it avails more resources to make sure that it cover some of those other areas where they are. For example, Chair, you find that your police official responsible for stock theft get an airtime allowance per month of 110 rand. Now you then ask yourself, how are those people then going to interact with police stations if they stop a car carrying livestock? They want to verify the brand mark of a particular livestock and so. So those are some of the things that we should actually be saying to SAPS. Increase there and there so that you are able to give your people enough resources to be able to do their work. Now, the last thing on my side, Chair, is that we appreciate that for the longest period, the Department of Agriculture has been saying it's working on an individual animal identification for cows. We appreciate that. But I want to check that, is it possible to put as one of our recommendations as part of trying to deal with the issue of stock theft, to say, how do we ensure that at all the auctions, we have police visibility at all the auctions so that we try to deal around the issue of stock theft? And at the same time, if we have police visibility at all the auctions, we ensure that all the cows or livestock that are not branded cannot be sold, or the cows that are recently branded cannot be sold at any auctions. Because if a thief catches a cow today, they brand it or they take it as it is to the auction, and then they get to sell it at the auction. So those are some of my recommendations that I would want to check with the committee if we're then able to use them in there in these recommendations on this report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mutusia. Very valuable input. Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues. Chairperson?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to ask and also say that I'm somewhat covered by Honourable Schikkeling as always. You know, I went to a farm in Citrusdal recently, maybe a month ago, and you must listen to the stories of the farm workers there, of how they're threatened with eviction for refusing to work overtime, how women get humiliated in front of their husbands. It's inhumane. And I just want to make this one contribution, that certain things happen on farms. And when there's retaliation, it's listed and registered as a farm attack or farm murder, not retaliation. So while I sympathize with any killing, and we are against any killing, it doesn't matter what the race of the victim or the perpetrator is, that there are factors at play here that this committee is perhaps not equipped to deal with. But maybe we should, in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture, do a few farm visits, and then we'll gain insight as to what happens there on both sides. Because, Chairperson, as I stand here now, I remember 3 or 4 years ago, when we as the coloured community on the Cape Flats begged our government, the Western Cape provincial government, for an inquest into why the mortality rate on the Cape Flats was so high, and we were turned down. But it appears as if certain parties have certain principles for different spheres of government. We must be honest, Chairperson, and say that this is not about rural killings. It's about the targeting of a certain demographic. And yes, it does happen. We must not deny it, but not on the scale as certain parties wish to project it. As a matter of fact, Chairperson, I feel that this meeting might have been 2 weeks premature. We should have at least waited for the Minister of Agriculture to deliver his presentation to Trump. Because whatever the Minister of Agriculture is going to say to Donald Trump, it must be treated as law in this portfolio and his. Because if he's going to tell Donald Trump we actually don't have a problem with farm killings, which I presume he's going to do, then this meeting becomes a moot point. But thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Honourable Taibosh.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. And good morning, honourable members, and morning to the SEPS senior delegation. All protocol observed. Chair, sorry, there's just something that I'm missing here. We're talking rural and we're talking farms. And I hear Honourable Mutusi's recommendation that we combine these two. But nowhere yet do I see that we are interacting with the traditional leaders and the Amakosi in terms of safety. It is important that we take into consideration that in the rural areas, the Amakosi also plays a big role, and the traditional leaders in terms of safety and in terms of how they run the areas. So I would like to see more interaction between SEPS and the traditional leaders and the Amakosi, which is nowhere on this list of recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. It is actually point number 5 on the recommendations, includes specifically that. I think we can maybe add some more detail, but point number 5 on the recommendations zooms in on that. It says STAPS and the Department of Agriculture should develop joint outreach programs with traditional leaders and rural communities.
All right, maybe I was looking more for the Amakosi word.
We can add
that's
that.
fine. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Ghana.
Thank very much, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me clear.
Yes, we can hear you well, Honourable Ghana.
Thank you very much. So just a couple of things. I think as part of the recommendations, what is becoming clear, considering also the narratives and the noises that are being made, it will then be, we need to make a recommendation around the ongoing existence of this, let's call it this forum or this joint committee, in a sense that you could very well put in the recommendations that the two portfolio committees will then have a quarterly meeting. So it must be scheduled so that it's not ad hoc. Scheduled to then look at the progress insofar as this particular matter of the safety in farms and rural communities. The second part, which I think is critical, it's our role as public representatives in Parliament. I believe it ought to be recommended to all members of Parliament to say that our responsibility is to de-escalate the emotions or the way this matter around the safety in farms and rural communities has been depoliticized. Has been politicized. So we ought to depoliticize it and not what I'm looking for the English word, get people angry in many instances on information that's not factual. So I'm looking for the word around countering the misinformation and disinformation. I think that I think captures it, that as members of parliament, we need to at all times counter the continuous misinformation and disinformation around the situation in farms and rural communities, because in many instances, even some of the visuals, the graphics that are being used, they are not recent. It's things that would have happened 5 years, 10 years ago, but they are being presented as something that happened yesterday. I think we have a responsibility, and as parliamentarians, we should take on that responsibility to say that we need to ensure that at all times, facts and reality is presented and defended, rather than stoke emotions around the safety on farms and rural communities. Because even some of the things that are being, like advocated, like you get a sense that it's as if there's just on a daily basis, there's a lot of violent crime that is perpetrated, and it's not true. You do know that even when the statistics, we did have the statistics, in fact, the quarterly statistics around the safety, and the numbers are yes, one life is one too many, but you are more likely to be attacked violently when you live in the in the urban area than you are when you live in a farm or rural community. And this is statistically true. If you look in terms of where most violent crimes are happening, like those that are on the edges of urban centers than if you are in the let's call it on the outskirts. And these stats are true, supported, even when the crime stats are released on Friday. It will indicate that if you are in Khayelitsha, if you are in Phoenix, if you are in GP, if you are in Hillbrow, you are likely to be attacked violently than if you are in a farm in Tzaneen, for instance. So we have a responsibility to defend the facts rather than use one case to stoke emotions, because that's what's happening now. Is that one case that happens? Obviously, I will not want anyone to like murder, to be attacked and so forth. But there's this temptation and this use of the violence that sometimes happens in rural communities, used for political gains, and we have a responsibility to depoliticize on this particular matter and escalate the emotions around the matter. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Garner. Honourable Smith.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Chairperson, there is 3 things that I want to address from previous speakers. I think it is important, firstly, that we distinguish between the fact that there is farm murders versus the narrative that it is genocide. And I think that's a big problem that's giving us international challenge. So the fact that we cannot say that there isn't farm murders, because there is farm murders, and all the proof is there of it. And I want to also disagree with the Honourable Ghana that in terms of the likeliness of being attacked in urban area is more than rural. I think that is not totally correct. In terms of volume, maybe yes, but in terms of the likeliness of being a victim on a farm because of the fact that it is isolated, and then compared to the number of individuals in that category, the percentage chance of you being attacked is higher than in certain urban areas. But the same applies, as I mentioned before, like, for example, on the Cape Flats, where we know there's gang violence issues, the likeliness there is also much higher than, for example, in other areas in Cape Town. So I think also the fact that we are dealing with this is actually going to be very beneficial to what the president and his delegation is doing, because it shows that we are taking this matter very seriously, that we are having a challenge with farm attacks, and we are attending to it as a government. The second thing I want to also attend to is that we must, yes, we must include rural safety, but I think it is also important to distinguish between the difference being in a village where there's people staying together versus on a farm where it is isolated, where is, you know, and the difference in that scenario. So I don't agree that we replace farms with rural throughout. I think we can include that, but I think it is important that we distinguish between those two, because there is a difference in the setup on the isolation. Because when you're in a village, you can shout and the neighbor can hear you. When you're on a farm, you're on your own there, and you know, it is problematic because of the isolation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Smith. Honourable Motusi, I see you've raised your hand. Before I give you an opportunity for one last short comment, I'm just scared for the sake of time. I just want to ask honourable members, or remind you to remember to lower your hands once you have spoken. Honourable Motusi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I deliberately said what I said in my first comment. And Honourable Smith comes in here and say, in a village, if you are being attacked and if you shout, the neighbor can hear you. I'm not sure if he has been to all the villages in the country, because it's not as if all the villages' houses are clustered together. If you see in KZN in the Eastern Cape, they are very far apart. People can just come and shoot 10 members of a family and no one can hear us, because they are not clustered together. So that narrative that in a village, when you shout, people can hear you and come to help, and it's different from farms, it's not true. So let's not ride on that thing, because it is not true, that statement that you're saying. Now, I have a sense that there is some form of retreat on this thing, because when this matter came, even when it was presented, it was speaking about farm murders, saying that white people are being murdered, saying that these are the people that are creating jobs, saying that these are the people that are contributing to food security in the country, and they must be protected, because if they will not be protected, there's a threat in terms of food security, there's a threat in terms of jobs that are being created by them. Now, that's why I'm saying, if we are saying farms falls within the category of rural, let's say rural so that it encompasses everyone in rural villages. It's not every black man with a farm. In every 10 farms owned in South Africa, 7 or 8 of them are owned by white people. So ordinarily, when you speak of farms, 70% thereof were saying, let's take resources to go and protect white farmers. That's what I'm thinking. So that's what I'm saying, Chair. If we want to then involve everyone, Honorable Oakham said the word farm falls within the category of a rural. That's what I'm saying. Let it be rural safety, so that when SAPS devise a program, it devises a program on rural safety in totality. It does not have to be rural safety and then say, let's look at farm attacks, because I will not accept it that the village in Mokasatu, where I come from, must be categorized as a farm. It's not a farm, it's a rural village. Therefore, I'm saying it must be rural safety, not farm, because when you say farm, you are speaking to a certain category of people there. That is my input, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Honourable Motusi. Honourable members, I am going to give all the hands that are up an opportunity. I just want to ask Nicolette that we will need to start using the timer again, just for the sake of time. So I'm going to give 3 minutes each from now on forward. Honourable Okamp.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, I would like to say that when it comes to the word genocide, there is no genocide. Let's put that straight. There is no genocide of white farmers. We do, though, have a huge problem with regards to farm safety and safety in our rural communities. And I think the word genocide has become very politicized. But the fact that we say that there are no genocide doesn't take away the fact that we've got huge problems with regards to safety in our farms, that farmers and farm workers have been murdered, have been attacked. And we also need to distinguish, Honourable Motusi, with regards to rural areas and farms. Let me give you an example. In the Northern Cape, you've got Rietfontein. It's a small town, it's a rural town, but all across and on the borders of that, you've got farms owned by small farmholders. In that area, it is mostly coloured farmers. They are faced with stock theft and attacks, stock theft literally on a daily basis. So I think it is important to distinguish between a rural town like Van Sailsrus, where people are staying in the town area, and the farms surrounding that. And when we are talking about farm attacks and farm murders and stock theft, we're not talking about one specific race group. It's people of all races that are being influenced by that. Go to Rietfontein, go to speak to those people in that area. They are all upcoming farmers. Most of them are colored people, and they will tell you the same thing, that they talk about takeaways when they talk about sheep, because a car stops along the fence, puff, grab the sheep, put it in the car, and it's a takeaway. It's like a drive-through at McDonald's. So I think it is important, Chair, to distinguish between and say rural areas as well as farms, because there is a difference between them, and to make sure that we do not at all racialize this thing. It's people of all races that are being affected by this. Thank you, Chair.
Your Honourable Okamp. Honourable Davids.
Good morning.
Honourable Davids, you're muted.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Chair, I think that what we are doing now is that we are going around the circles with the recommendations. There's recommendations, Chair, and there was things that was edited. So, but my view is, Chair, we must put it rural and farms, not only farms, because there's rural towns where there's actually no farms. It's only a rural town. But the protection must be for rural and the farmers, and farm workers, because farm workers are being killed on a farm where the farm owner is responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Davids. Honourable Shikeli.
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree that we add rural and farm. I don't think that just making it rural is indicative of what's happening. And I mean, we have a classification in our country of farms, so it should be farms. There are rural towns, but there are farm areas, and we must obviously acknowledge that there are farms. And Chair, I think the one colleague said that when we spoke about farm murders, We spoke about white farmers, and that's never been the case on this platform, Chair, and I don't agree with that at all, because not once did we speak about white farmers, because to me, farmers in South Africa are farmers, and we've got farmers of every race in this country that are contributing to South Africa and the food sustainability in our country, and we should look after all of them. We shouldn't only decide today that we're going to, or be said that we're looking after a certain grouping of people, because that is not the truth. We have everybody's interest at heart, and it's very important that we note that. And then, Chair, I don't necessarily agree with Honorable Ghana about the fact that the chances of you being affected by crime only happens in urban areas. Yes, there are a lot more people that live in urban areas, but crime is very different. I can walk down the street today and somebody can walk past me and grab my bag and hit me over the head. And it was something that happened in the heat of the moment when they saw me, and I looked like a soft target. This is not the case with farm murders and rural crime, Chair, because farm murders are planned meticulously. They take their time to make sure that they are that the farm attacks are properly planned and taken into account everything that happens around them. I mean, the chances of a person in the Cape Flats, and I know of a lady that was getting dressed this morning to go to work that was shot through her window. That is very much more likely in the Cape Flats than that occurrence happens than, for instance, in a farm murder, because you're not going to be getting dressed to go milk your cows and then randomly get shot through a window because there's shots going off. But that is something that is more indicative to the Cape Flats. So I think we must be very careful of how we distinguish between these different murders, because they are very different in their nature. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. DM Bushielo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought we were agreeing in some way or the other the approach in terms of how we deal with this issue. But I can see we are going back and forth. I'm not even sure where we are. As a matter of fact, in terms of the statistics that we gave you in February, the third quarter, there were 12 killings in terms of what we will call farm areas. And then farm dwellers were 5, employees 4, farmer 1, security 1, and the not specified was 1. So the total is 12. So what I was appealing when I agreed that Honorable Schikkeling and Honorable Ukamp really, I agree with them. We were able to say there's no genocide. All of us knows what genocide is. You just go to Palestine and others, you'll see where the real genocide is, which is not in South Africa. Secondly, farmers also include rural safety, but also it includes black people, farm workers, and everybody. So when we talk about the strategy for safety, actually one murder is just too many. We don't have to have any murder at all anywhere in our country. And I think that's what we must be fighting for. So come back and say, no, but there's this farmers who were killed, there's this and whatever. And I said, let's be careful not to play into the gallery of saying there are genocide, the Afrikaners are being threatened. Now they are even living now. I've seen the drama when they went to the airport there and going to the USA and all those kind of things. Let's not demoralize and bring our country into war, because we are leaders here. And I agree with one honorable member who said we must, as joint committee of agriculture and police, go and address our people in the rural area, including the Khoshi, of course, and also in the farmers, and talk about the strategies. How best can we be able to help each other? It can be us, honorable members, really feeding into the narrative that there's genocide of Afrikaner white farmers in South Africa, when that is not the case. This is our country, all of us. We need to defend it. And even those people who want to plunge this country into a war, we need to bring facts and say, what do we do? So let's have a program where we can together go and address the community, Amahoshi, and then also the farm workers and rural safety and everybody in South Africa and talk about their safety. Thank you very much.
Yo, DM, you timed things well. That was exceptional timing. I want to hand over to Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Indeed, this issue, I think the last part one of my colleagues explained it very well, that it should not be only about farmers and, because there's this misconception which the whole world now has about South Africa, because there was a lot of misconception and misleading statements to say there's genocide on white farmers. As you know now, Chair, that there's people who are in America now, as we speak, I think there are around 49 or so families that they've been attacks, they've been genocide. Even the president of the US President Trump was misled with Elon Musk, perpetuating this misconception all over the world. And indeed, it is unfortunate, but we have to tell the truth here, about this, that this is not only a race issue. Attacks and criminality, it's happening across the board. And I think we should not perpetuate that as well, as if there's a special group of people in this country which needs special treatment. We are all human beings. And as the last person said, my colleague, we some of us are farmers, have got farms as well, and these attacks, it sees no color, sees no color. It should not be what people are trying to misrepresent this country. This country, we come from a very, very, very bad history, and we are not doing what other countries, when they have to have their freedom, are doing. South Africa, in 1994, between 1990, some of us were part and parcel of the CODESA negotiation. We're young in those years, but indeed, what is happening now, this issue of a nation building should be a nation building for all of us. It should not be only one group of people who are always saying, let's reconcile, let's reconcile. It's otherwise we'll have a leaderless revolution in this country if we are continuing with all these public perceptions and these lies. I can rest assured you, this country will be like these other countries, our brother next door, not far from where we are. So we don't want to see that. Let's work together and stop this issue of racializing people, to say, I'm this kind of person. Pigmentation means nothing. We are all human beings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Ghana.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the views of Honorable Smith and Honorable Shigelin in terms of the analysis of the crime trends in the country. And I think what I was advancing and helping or sought to help, one way of debunking the myth and the lies and the emotions is to be able to rely on empirical evidence, and the crime stats help us to do that. So the numbers that the DM Bushielo had shared, and then if we were to look at those numbers so you look at you take one police station, not Kaelicha or Philippi, and then you are like, all right, even if you use per 100,000, you'll realize that no, the numbers are not. Yes, people South Africans are not safe. We all live in fear. Whether you live in a rural area, in a township, in the farm, and so forth, generally we are not safe. Those ones that feel somehow safe are the ones that can pay to have security, neighborhood watch, and so forth. For an average South African, we all not safe. So what I'm questioning, it's to then take one incident and almost take it up as like this is a proof that all these things, bad things, are happening. What this issue has just showed for the last hour is that there's no common understanding of the nature of the problem and how we think the problem ought to be addressed and resolved, which in a way motivated me to say this issue must remain on the agenda of these two committees. That we are submitting a petition report to the assembly should not mean that it's the end. It ought to be the issue that we keep with ourselves, so that at least we can develop that common understanding, and we can debunk the myth and all the emotion-laden talks that sometimes politicians use. And that's why I believe we have that responsibility, because otherwise yes, it will feel like we're moving around in circles, because if one says, all right, on Friday the statistics are out, we can ask the police to say, no, DM, as part of your task, can you understanding that for Friday it might be late, but for the time that the stats are coming to the committee, can you please disaggregate in the way that you did now, so that even when we go to the day that we are discussing the crime stats, we can be able to debunk some of the myths that some people start to believe them to be true, which are not supported by what's happening. Because if you were to say, no, let's go to a rural police station and ask about the nature of crime and so forth, vis-a-vis a police station in a township, and you look at the nature of crimes and so forth, there will be a stark difference. So as my request to you, DM Bushelo, and the message you take to the police, ask them that we would like a quarterly disaggregation of the numbers in the same way that we did receive around farm communities and rural communities, so that when we discuss, we are not using emotions. They are real numbers that are on the table, and not believe all the myth and all the the things that are repeated over and over again, that people are starting to believe them to be true. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Colleagues, I think we've had quite a bit of input. I'm going to try and wrap up on the specific points. One word that stands out to me from everything that was said was balance. I think it's important, and I like what Honourable Skosana said about that we all have a responsibility. Well, quite a few people actually said that. Dean Moshielo said the same thing. Ghana said the same thing. We all have a certain responsibility to ensure a balanced approach, a calm approach, and a planned approach. I agree that it is important to consider data. I also want to add that I think it's important to consider research that has been done. You'd remember in the previous meeting, I spoke about what Professor Zinn did, which in my opinion is the only person that has gone to the depths that he has with regards to the specific issue, where for a thesis that was done, I think it was done for UNISA or the University of Limpopo, specifically regarding the issue, interviewed just under, I think it was just under 100 convicted felons that were involved in these types of attacks. And firstly, it's important to emphasize or to say that nowhere in the research was it found that there's a direct political motive to a genocide, as some call it. What was indicated was that in the majority of cases, it is financially motivated. There's a perception, according to Professor Zinn, that on farms there are often large amounts of cash and firearms, and therefore they are then targeted. There was a definite indication of the targeting of elderly people on farms or people that are considered to be softer targets. It was also indicated in the research that a lot of them are meticulously planned, and it's planned in a way where time is spent to gather information, very often whether the victims are farm workers or farmers. Local individuals might be threatened in order for the attackers to gain information. And there's a very important dynamic that differs from all over the country, or that differs all over the country, and that is the dynamic of the influence of people that are in South Africa illegally. So in some provinces, you would see it more prevalent that you might have a combination of illegal and foreigners being involved. In other areas, it would purely be South African. And I think that's also a potential delineation that could give a strong indication. The two things that stand out in terms of a difference with some of these offences is the praise that they sometimes receive on social media, which is worrying. We should never fall into a space where we welcome or encourage any kind of violence against anyone, regardless of who or what they are. And then also just general rhetoric. It's important that we have a balanced approach to the way that we treat people. And I think as public reps, and as many of the colleagues have said, we have a responsibility to set that tone and to set a high standard for how we do that. With that, I want to ask that we conclude this part of the discussion and ask whether we can move to adopt the report with the relevant amendments and or not. Honourable Okam.
Chairperson, I move that we adopt the report with the amendments as was provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Okam. Honourable Schikkeling, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I was just moving to second Honourable Okam. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Colleagues, thank you for the discussion. I look forward to further deliberation on this and hopefully in more joint sittings. I want to thank the Chair of the Agriculture Committee again for the leadership by yourself, Chair, during this whole process, and thank you to the Agriculture Committee for working together with the Police Committee throughout this entire process. Colleagues, as you know, this is we will now continue with the business of the Police Portfolio Committee. Our colleagues from the Agriculture Committee are more than welcome to stay, but I do believe you've got quite a bit of work yourselves to work through, but you are more than welcome to stay. Next on the agenda is the consideration and adoption of minutes from two meetings, the one being the 19th of March 2025 and the other being the 13th of May, 2025. Let me just fix my screen. There we go. Colleagues, can we, I assume that you've read these minutes. Can we move to adopt them as is? Honourable Ghana, it looks like your name wants to say something.
Chair, because I'm an alternate, I did say that in the era of taking committee reports to court, I should not propose the adoption of minutes. In case we are taken to court and then they say the minutes were not properly adopted because of me. But I'm happy with the minutes. I'll just not propose adoption.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. I was just checking if you've left us in the background. So thank you, Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Can I please have a second to that, colleagues?
Morning, Chair. I second.
Thank you, Honourable Mbio. Then adopt the minutes as presented. Thank you, Babalwa. We can put the next set on. Colleagues, you would see that these are the minutes from the 13th of May. Again, same process. Can we move to adopt these minutes? Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I once again move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Taibosh.
Thanks, Chair. I seconded.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. We then move to adopt the minutes. Thank you, Babalwa. Colleagues, we then move to the next section of the agenda. We are still well within time. I know it's also obviously the budget this afternoon, so I would like us to stay within the time and make sure we keep time well. The next part is the consideration and adoption of the petition report on gang violence in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. If we may share that, please. Thank you, Nicolette. Colleagues, I want to ask, I'm sure you have read this. Are there specific additions or considerations that you have before we move to adopt the report or not? Can we move to adopt the report? Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. These minutes are true reflection and I move for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Colleague, can I have a second to that, please? Colleagues, can we please have a second to that? Feels like we've been ghosted, or I have.
Sorry, Chair, we can't participate. Some of us were not there, so we can't. We wish we could do something, but we can't.
Thank you, Honourable
us.
Mthethwa. No, 100%. Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. From the colleagues of the Police Committee that were in attendance when we went through the presentation by the Honourable Yusuf Kasim, Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
I will second, Chairperson. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. We then move to adopt the report. Thank you, Nicolette. Colleagues, next on the agenda is the briefing by the DPCI and IPID on the progress regarding the implementation of recommendations emanating from the state capture report. Now, you would remember, and I will refresh your memory, that after the state capture report or the Judicial Commission of Inquiry was concluded, there were certain recommendations made, and one of them was or some of them were recommendations to DPCI. There were others to the South African Police Service, others to IPID. One of them, or some of them to IPID, namely on the 5th of September in 2022, was sent by Deputy Director General of the Department of Justice at that time, that indicated to IPID that there are certain recommendations that need to be investigated by IPID, after which a task team was established within IPID, and they then had to go forward with the relevant investigation. The same with the DPCI. You would all have received the relevant reports to study before this committee. I sincerely hope that you had the opportunity to read through them. It is valuable as context for us to then go into a discussion after having been briefed by the relevant authority. So I want to start with DPCI. When we look at the first presentation regarding the state capture reports, and I want to ask Lieutenant General Labia to lead us in that process. I also want to ask first, before I go to General Labia, if there's something that DM Matale or DM Boshiela would like to say before we begin.
No, thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and members of the committee. And thanks for the opportunity this morning for us to update the committee with the matters that emanate from the State Capture Commission, which requested that the matters must be further investigated. And as government, we have got the DPCI that deals with that aspect, and we have a portion, as you have alluded, Chair, which is supposed to be attended to by IPID, and they've put a task team, as you indicated, and today we are here with DPCI, General Labia, and then Tate Sitedi leading the team from IPID to update the committee on the two aspects. But I must also indicate, Chair, that members must also understand that in response to the Commission's report for further investigations, the President made a proclamation which led to the establishment of the Independent Investigative Directorate that is focusing on the same issues that DPCI have been handling. And in that regard, because it is a new institution, some of the issues that were being handled by DPCI have been handed over to IPID, together with the team of investigators that were handling those specific cases for purposes of continuity. They have been seconded to ID to continue with those investigations for a particular period of time. And I think General Labia, as he make the presentation, he will further elaborate on this aspect. But we want to assure the committee that we'll continue to pursue the cases before us, and it will be good that at some point, Chair, through you, a joint meeting with Justice can be convened so that we get ID to update the committee so that the committee can have a full picture of what is happening with the Zondo Commission outcome processes. If you may allow, Chair, that we allow the head of the Hawks, General Labia, to make the presentation, after which we will then allow Sitedi to lead the presentation from IPID without me having to come and introduce him. Over to you, General Lebeya, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, dear Matale. General Lebeya, you're more than welcome. I must just pause for a second. I am aware that a certain General Lebeya is soon retiring, and but as he has said several times, he is a servant of the people of this country, and has said it many times, and has done so in a very dedicated way. I'm not going to take too much time now, General, but we will still wish you well and everything. But I had to pause there because I think it is a very important important matter that people need to take note of, and it certainly will leave a significant gap that would need to be filled. So I want to thank you and praise you for a lot of the work that you've done. Before you start with the presentation. Thank you, General. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Deputy Ministers, Minister Matale and Dr. Bishielo, and all the colleagues in the platform. Honorable Chairperson, I am accompanied by the Divisional Commissioner together with the component head of serious corruption investigation, which is the officer that I will request to do the presentation. I will just make some remarks. I think that the sharing of the document, we have been disabled this side by the host, and then I think it will be shared by the administrators. Thank you very much. I will just hint on the first two slides, and then the presentation will be dealt with by Major General Matruos. As the Deputy Minister shall have already indicated, when the state capture recommendations were released in the report, we looked at all of the recommendations and made sure that none of the recommendation is left unattended. During that period, some of the matters we were already investigating them even before the state capture report was released. Among them, we will be showing an example of a Bosasa matter, which will come in the presentation. At the time when we effected arrest, individuals were also still testifying in the commission, but we did not wait because the matters were already in advanced stage. So when the commission was finalized, one of the understanding was the ID was mandated to deal with this recommendation from the state capture and other commissions. As they did not have the capacity, we had to capacitate them, assist them with the personnel from the DPCI, especially those that were investigating these matters before the release of the state capture. So we haven't released them. When the term of 3 years expired, that is when also the ID was changed to become the IDEC, Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. And again, they still needed to be assisted with the capacity. We extended the agreement that let the members work with them until the end of August this year. So they are there until the end of August. A decision may be made at a later stage if they still do not have capacity of their own. As I've indicated, all the recommendations are receiving attention. The IDEC had the first choice to say, these are the recommendations that they are to deal with. Those that they have not taken, we have taken them. That is the 19 recommendations that we are working on in the DPCI. We have put a team together to deal with this recommendation. Some of the matters are already on the court roll. Some of them have been finalized. The details will be dealt with by the component heads. Just to remind the members of the committee that these cases that we are talking about, especially the asbestos matter in the Free State, we will be seeing how many statements have been deposited in that matter. The matter is, as we are sitting here, receiving attention at the High Court, where there are different challenges tried within a trial. The trial itself has not yet started, but the investigation is completed. So the component head will now take us through. I just needed to hint that as the DPCI, we are coming before the portfolio committee at letter K in bracket 1 of the South African Police Service Act as amended. This provision requires that the Parliament shall effectively oversee the functioning of the Directorate and the committees established in terms of this Chapter 6A of the Police Act. In terms of that Chapter 6, capital letter A, moving to the slide number 4, it reflects on the mandate of the DPCI. The DPCI was established specifically to deal with certain matters. So that specific slide actually shows what is that which the DPCI deal with and what is that which is defined in section 17, capital letter A of the Police Act. I will not be reading those, but it's presented in the slide for the details. So I'm now handing over to my colleague, Major General Matruos, to deal with the presentation itself. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members.
Thank you very much, General. General Matruos, you're more than welcome.
Honorable. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. I am Major General Matruos, the component head of serious corruption, and I'll be presenting the overview of the state capture investigations being conducted by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. Currently, we have dockets and inquiries on hand, a total of 35, of which the number of cases on the court roll is 4. The number of cases pending decision from the National Prosecuting Authority is 2. The number of cases under investigation is 6. The number of inquiries under investigation is 23. Then we have a breakdown of cases finalized, which is 7, of which we have 4 guilty convictions, 2 cases that was declined to prosecute by the National Prosecuting Authority, and 1 case that was withdrawn. Next slide. With this slide, we want to give an overview of cases in which we effected arrest. The first case is the Department of Transport and Safety relating South African Airways. Within this matter, we have 1 case that was finalized and where the accused was convicted, and 1 case that is currently still pending in court. A number of 83 statements was obtained, and it's addressing one of the recommendations by the Zondo Commission. The number of arrests affected is 7, of which 4 is natural persons and 3 juristic persons. Case number 2 is Department of Human Settlements in the Free State. In this case, we have in this matter, we have two cases of which one was finalized and the accused convicted, and the one case is currently pending in court. In this matter, the total statements which was obtained is 1,229, and it relates to the Bestos matter of which the National had referred to earlier. In this matter, 14 recommendations is being addressed, and the number of arrests that was affected is 19, of which 14 are natural persons and 5 juristic persons. Number 3 is South African Airways. In this matter, we have one case that was finalized where the accused was convicted. Addressing 2 recommendations from the Zondo Commission. The number of arrests that was affected is 3, of which 2 are natural persons and 1 juristic persons. The next entity involved in which cases has been registered is PRASA. In this matters, 1 accused was convicted and finalized. A total number of 889 statements was already obtained. We're not addressing a recommendation there, but number of arrests is 1 natural person. The next matter is EOH Holdings Limited. In this matter, we have 1 case, of which the number of statements that was obtained thus far is 206, addressing 1 recommendation, and the number of arrests affected thus far is 2 natural persons. The next matter is Bosasa. A number of cases is 1. In this, we've already obtained 380 statements, and it's addressing 1 recommendation, of which 6 natural persons was arrested. So in total, currently we have 7 matters that is currently being dealt with in court, and a total of 2,861 statements was already obtained in these matters. The DPCI is addressing 19 recommendations, and to date, the total arrest that was affected is 38, of which 29 are natural persons and 9 juristic persons. Next slide. We also wish to indicate to the honourable members that the DPCI do collaborate with the National Prosecuting. With 15 of the DPCI investigating officers were assigned to the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, commonly known as IPID. 124 recommendations of the State Capture Commission are being addressed by IPID, of which 201 natural persons and 67 juristic persons were criminally charged. The Directorate for Priority Crime is also collaborating with the National Prosecuting Authority through a task force jointly coordinating the work flowing from the recommendations of the Commission. The task force key mandate is the prioritization of state capture cases, focusing on operational case prioritization, as well as enhancing coordination. Next slide, please. We also wish to highlight the successes and the outcomes through this collaboration. The DPCI State Capture Investigation Team collaborates with the National Prosecuting Authority and IDEC, which resulted in favorable results in corporate alternative dispute resolution with companies implicated in pending state capture investigations. To mention a few is SAA, Transnet, and Eskom, and evidence of alleged kickbacks paid to certain officials was found. The collaboration resulted in the following international companies implicated in state capture investigations paying back funds to criminal asset Recovery Fund, commonly known as CARA, for the economic recovery of South Africa. To mention two which we were successfully with the alternative disputes resolution is Systems Applications and Products Company, an international company, SAP, of which 400 million was recovered through the ADR process. The second one is McKinsey and Company, of which 1.15 billion was recovered through the ADR process. We wish to mention that the criminal investigations is continuing, but this is a way which we embarked on to recover the monies that were stolen. Thank you. Next slide. We also wish to highlight the successes of finalized cases. Next slide. The first case that is finalized, recommendation number 120 has been addressed. The Free State Housing Project. The accused in this matter is Moses Mpo Gift Mokwena, and it relates to Park Road case 1158 of 11/2021. And just a brief background. Prosecution by the National Prosecuting Authority of Mr. Moses Mpo Gift Mokwena, who was the head of the Department of Union Settlements in the Free State in 2010 and early in 2011, for contraventions of Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 99 as amended, and contraventions of Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004. The outcome of this case, the accused was convicted on one account for contravention of Section 86 of the Public Finance Management Act and one count of contravention of Section 34 of PRECA. He was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, suspended for 5 years on count 1, and 5 years imprisonment, suspended for 5 years on count 2. Next slide, please. The next matter is addressing recommendation number 4 with regard to South African Airways. Accused is Tuduzile Myeni, and it relates to Hillbrow case 571 of 11/2020. Brief background, the prosecution of Ms. Myeni for disclosure of Mr. X identity during a testimony in the State Capture Commission. Outcome, the accused was convicted and sentenced to pay a fine of 120,000 rand of 2 years or 2 years imprisonment, half suspended for 5 years. Next slide, please. The next matter relates to the entity known as PRASA. The accused in this matter is Daniel Mochuchisi Mtunkulu. It relates to Hillbrow case 566 of 7/2015, and the charges involved is fraud, forgery, and uttering. In this matter, the outcome is that the accused was convicted and sentenced to, with regard to count 1, 15 years imprisonment, and count 4 to 8, 6 years imprisonment. The accused is to serve these sentences concurrently, which relates to 15 years direct imprisonment. Next slide, please. The next matter relates to an entity known as SA Express. The accused in this matter is Bailey Maslow-Slang. It relates to Mbabato case 181 of 5/2020. The charges involved here is contravention of Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999. The outcome in this matter, the accused pleaded guilty and was convicted. He was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment or 200,000 fine and a further 5 years in imprisonment. The other 6 accused in this matter is still pending, and the next court date is the 9th of June 2025. Next slide, please. The DPCI wish to indicate that we shall at all times enforce the law of the Republic without fear, favor, or prejudice, and as the circumstances of any particular case may require, in accordance with the Constitution and the law. I thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. This is the presentation from the DPCI. Let me also appreciate the message that the chair has conveyed on behalf of the committee. I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both General Matruis and General Labia. Colleagues, we now have the opportunity to have a in fact, I want to ask whether we can go straight to the IPID discussion, or would the members like to have this discussion first? Can I just hear from the committee?
I'll try to print.
Honorable Kluter.
We can go to the IPID, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, let's us discuss this presentation and then we can go to IPID.
Thank you, Honorable Kluter. Colleagues, I'm then going to allow for us to engage in a short discussion regarding this. I am going to allow, once again, as always, 4 minutes for every member for questions. Please, if you do have questions, keep them, make sure you only ask a maximum of 3 questions in order for us to stay focused and within time. Can I please get a show of hands? Honorable Kluter, do you have your hand up? Is it legacy hand, or do you still want to speak?
My hand is up, Chair.
Okay, I've noted Honorable Kluter. Honorable Garner, I've noted you. Honorable Reverend Meshwe, Honorable Schikkeling.
Please note me, Chair.
Honorable Mokoena. Honorable
Please note me,
Sokopo. I've got you, Honorable Sokopo. There we go. Colleagues, let's start with Honorable Kluter. Again, if you want to put up your hand while someone is speaking, I will note it. If I miss it, just remind me. Honorable Kluter, you're welcome. Honorable Kluter, you're muted.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, allow me to welcome the presentation on the DPCI, Honorable Chair. Mine is just 3 questions, Honorable Chair. The first one is, how are the roles and responsibilities divided between the DPCI and the NPA Investigation Directorate in managing overlapping investigation? The second question, Honorable Chairperson, is what mechanisms are in place to avoid duplication or loss of evidence in shared investigations? The last question that I have on this presentation, Honorable Chair, is what follow-up steps are taken in cases where prosecution has been declined, disputes evidence gathered? And I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kluter. Honorable Garner.
Thanks very much, Chair. And let me thank the DPCI for this update. And I'll speak as an outsider or an outsider insider in this sense, Chair. So we are receiving this presentation for the first time. Obviously, we're still relatively we are finishing the year, and I look at the number of cases, Chair, and I'm like, all right, is this it? Like, if someone was to take slide, I think it's slide 5, because the slide 5 summarizes where everything. So is to then ask, is this it from the state capture investigations? So anyone that looks at slide 5 would say, all right, this is what we have. All the millions and billions that were spent on this particular commission. Is this it? Like, is it all summarized on this slide, or there are other cases or potential cases that are not included here? So that's the first one. The second one is, so I see the people that are being convicted, or the cases that have been finalized. We are dealing with runners here. If we are to be honest with ourselves, these are runners. These are not the masterminds. These are not the people who have been behind the destruction and the hollowing of state-owned entities. And when one looks at the cases that get finalized, and you're like, all right, the masterminds are not here. And even and taking what the GM Matale said in terms of the having that follow-up conversation with justice, just to understand some of these delays from a prosecutorial side of things. But I mean, I must say, I look at this and like, all right, we spent 2 billion rands, and this is the outcome. Unless if DPCI will say no, this is the only component that we have. Other people have got other components, but these numbers are not. They are not encouraging. I must say, they are not encouraging at all. Actually, even what the courts end up deciding, it seems it's easy in South Africa. It's easy to steal money from the government, millions and millions of rands, and then after 5 years you go face the court, and the court will give you 200,000 rand fine after stealing so much money. And yeah, no, this is depressing, Chair. Even the alarm says it's depressing. That music is depressing. Everything with this whole thing is just depressing. No, Chair, let me rest here.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I will ask for a better soundtrack next time. Honorable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members and all the participants. Mine are 3 questions of clarity. The first one, from the slide on the overview of state capture investigations, we have number of cases under investigation, which are 6, and also a number of inquiries under investigation. Now, I want to find out which are the cases under inquiries. Are those cases that are not yet? Yeah, I need clarity on that. What's the difference between cases that are under investigation and case and inquiries under investigation? What is the difference there between inquiries and cases? Is the case, yeah, okay, let me stop there. And then the second one, has to do with the overview of arrests. Number of cases on hand. If we look at South African Airways, for example, we have 2 number of cases on hand, and in brackets, 1 finalized and convicted. So why I want clarity is whether cases that are, why cases that where there is conviction, why where there is conviction,
sorry, there we go. Reverend Meshwe, sorry about that. Please continue. Honorable Ghana.
Ghana. Yeah, the clarity I'm seeking is why are cases that are finalized and convicted, where you have 1 regarding SAA, still under the number of cases on hand. If there is finalization and conviction, why is the case still on hand? And the one that is, yeah, that's, I need clarity on that one, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Meshwe. Next up is Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also would like to thank the report. However, I really feel that it's very lacking. Very little information has been supplied to us in terms of what is actually going on. The questions that I have is as follows. On the DPCI's performance, 35 dockets after 57 billion looted in 6 years of commission work. That sounds really skewed to me. Is it proportionate or remotely credible that out of a decade of systemic looting, only 35 dockets are currently under DPCI review and only 4 cases that are currently active? That doesn't seem right to me, Chair. Most convictions are so far are low-hanging fruit or technical. For example, Mieni's witness naming. Only 1, and that's Prasa's case, received a significant custodial sentence. Is there genuine accountability for high-level looters, or are we really being placated with token convictions? Because that's really what it feels like is happening. It doesn't feel like these cases are receiving the necessary attention that they should be receiving. Of the 7 cases that have been finalized, 4 have been found guilty, 2 were declined, and 1 was withdrawn. This really is a paltry return after nearly 3 years since the final Zondo report, and even longer since most of the cases have been festering. Why are only 20% of these open dockets even at the stage of court proceeding? It doesn't make sense to me. A massive amount of witness statements were taken, over 2,800 for 7 entities. But where are the prosecutions, Chair? I mean, there's really very much lacking. If thousands of statements have been taken, for example, 1,229 in the Free State housing case alone, why aren't we seeing at least 10 or 15% of these cases going to high-level trials? It's a paltry amount. It's very low. Bosasa, yeah, I don't know if we have a lot to say about Bosasa, but it's one of the most notorious networks in our country. However, there's only 1 case with no convictions. That doesn't make any sense to me. Is there perhaps interference, fear, or incapacity to go after politically exposed individuals? Why are we not seeing more coming from Bosasa? Chair, we all know that this report was very intensive. Where's the big game, Chair? There's no charges or trials against former ministers, SOE executives, or key Gupta-linked facilitators. Why have the Gupta's extradition failed? And what efforts have been undertaken to fix this? They used to be massively in the news. Now we just don't hear anything about it. It's almost as though the Gupta name has been swept under the carpet. Then I see that a task force was set up. I just want to know, is this task force still operating, and is it effective? What concrete outcomes beyond the 2 corporate fines from the SAP and McKinsey has the DPCI NPA collaboration yielded? Because it doesn't seem to me like there's any information coming from there. Where are the arrests from the 124 IDAC-led recommendations? And Chair, the sentences that I've seen, I mean, fines have been like 120,000 for Myeni. There's another 200,000 rand. These sentences are incredibly lenient for something as important as what is going on here, Chair. It seems very low, and as though certain people are being protected. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Next up is Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Chair, I've got only 2 questions. Number 1, to what extent have implicated department or SOEs taken internal disciplinary action based on the criminal investigation? Number 2, has the DPCI recommended any systematic reforms to department, for example, PRASA, SAA, and human settlements based on investigations findings? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. Honourable Sokopo.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair, I have 2 or 3 questions. One, Chair, I learned that about 20 senior investigation experts have been moved to DPCIA from 2023. Now, I'm trying to ask, Chair, what is the financial implication? To date, how much have the Hawks spent in terms of remuneration and other benefits attached to these 20 specialized people? The financial implication, specific to these 20, how many cases have they dealt with? And what is the rate of success, and how far are we with those cases? 2, Chair, what are the challenges contributing to a delay moving cases from investigation to court? I'm raising this, Chair, because it's always quick to make announcement on arrest. And the question would have been, this thing that people get to be arrested without a thorough investigation, it delays, the investigation delays. You arrest, you communicate to the media that we have arrested so and so. You take 2 years or 3 years to investigate this matter that you have arrested. It affects public confidence. That's why you would get people going from arrest to go to court. It takes them 4 years or so, because you immediately arrest, you still have to do a thorough investigation before the matter would hold water to be taken to the NPA to make a determination. I think I just need to know what is the problem, so that we don't have a situation where we just arrest people whilst we know that we still have to do an investigation for 5 years or 4 years before the matter would be a watertight case to be recognized by the NPA. The last question, Chair, what are the mechanisms that are in place that we have to avoid losing evidence and just find cases to be thrown out either by the court and or by the NPA, especially now that we have procured services of experts? I think, Chair, let me stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. Next, it's Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. It's Eugene Mtetwa, yes, deployed by EFF, the new deployee in the Police Committee. Chairperson, I want to start by saying in every corruption case, there's a corruptor and a corruptee. And the convictions that we see here, for instance, you look at the case that relates to Mpho Gift Mokoena. He's the head of the department. But who was he corrupt with? Doesn't appear. In most of the cases that we have, for instance, the Bosasa case, we know that there were ministers, there were politicians who were implicated in that case. But I think the last time I heard about the Bosasa, it was Agritsi. I would like to know the 6 people, can they name the 6 people that they say they were arrested or there was a conviction? I'm not sure whether it was a conviction or it was just mere arrests. But we would like to know, because most of these people that, as Gama had said, Honorable Gama had said that it's not the masterminds, it's not the people that the public wishes to hear about. The Free State, we know only Ace Mahashule, who's currently going through the court process. But in other cases, Bosasa, there's no politician that is linked there. There's no politician that has been arrested or being found guilty. What is the reason? And can they give us the 6 names of the Bosasa ones, just like they've given us names on the state, what is it? Free State Housing Report and SAA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Next is Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, you're muted.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, my network is problematic, but I hope that it won't fail me. The issue which I wanted to find out, and I want to agree with my colleague there, this issue of arresting people just for the sake of arrest without anything. When the NPA says that there's no case, then we find ourselves being embarrassed. If they arrest you today, they take 3, 4, 5 years before your case is concluded. Your image is tarnished. We are finished. For those ones who are aspiring to be politicians for life, I was even saying once upon a time, perhaps we must have only 2 terms like presidents, all the honorable members. Perhaps this thing will go away of when there's targets that this particular person he must not block my way in whatever reasons, because this issue of career politicians, forever politicians, no one else but me. Now, those who've got powers, that might be unforeseen powers, those invisible powers which we can't see. I target our chair, Ian Kemimerun, that you must be arrested. Then you'll be sitting at home. You'll be told this matter has been investigated forever. But what I wanted to find out is that this Busasa issue, is that the recommendation or remedial action which was done by the public protector then? Because this matter has been coming on, the Busasa matter, and it's been going on for years. And I can tell you, you'll find that some of the culprit, whether they are dead or they are still alive, because the issue of Kevin Watson, no one knows exactly what happened there. But the suspicion, we all know that we are not even sure whether that accident, indeed, it was the former CEO of Busasa who died in that accident. But be that as it may, what I'm trying to say here is that we have to be honest to ourselves. When the matter is started, it must not take that. There must be time frames. I always say in the committee, especially at SCOPA, that investigation should not take years and years. Unless we don't have a human resource, then we must have human resource. But you can't tell me that we are investigating matters of 2014 in 2025. Some matters are 2011. Your life, you have been tarnished. If you are a human being, your family is destroyed. Your integrity is gone. Because people work, perception matters nowadays. I can give you an examples. While I was still in the ANC, there was Zandile Kumete in KKZN. It's still going on for I don't know for how many years now. You know, so I'm saying people must do their job. If they found that there's something you have done, let the investigation be completed. Let the court decide. But if the investigation is not right, the likelihood that matter will be thrown out of court. And mind you, those courts are not independent. I must emphasize that there's no independent court in this country. They can fool those who wants to believe that. We've got recordings as we speak of judges talking about matters which are in court. We've got recordings, evidence, not something hearsay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. I'm going to then hand back over to Dear Matale, General Labia, and General Matruis to just facilitate the feedback.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks to committee members for the comments and questions and the concerns that they have raised. I will request that we allow General Lubia through you, Chair, to come in and talk to the issues that members have raised. Over to you, General Lubia, and then I'll come at the end. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I will start with the questions emanating from Honorable Klute regarding the role and responsibilities of the National Prosecuting Authority and the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation and the mechanism to avoid the loss and the duplication. It will also go to the matters that have been declined, what steps are to be taken. The role and responsibility of the NPA and the DPCI in terms of this specific investigation is that they have decided, chosen the matters that they will handle as the NPA in terms of the recommendation. And then the DPCI is handling the matters that the eight jointly on a weekly basis to monitor the progress. And this also assists in ensuring that there is no duplication of work, because we constantly check with each other. And that those mechanisms ensure that there is no way that or exhibit everything is being accounted for. With the matters, once a matter the National Prosecuting Authority has declined to prosecute, if there is nothing else that can be done, it means that that matter shall have to be filed. If it is a matter there where the investigators still believe that, but we are not comfortable, we think that something else needed to have been done, we will request the prosecutor to revisit that. But once they have made a decision, that is the authority vested in the National Prosecuting Authority. We will also indicate on one that has been withdrawn and what steps are being taken, which will all come into supporting this view. Coming to the question raised by the Honorable Ghana, the number of cases in slide 5, that is it the case that this is what the state capture shall have set over these years, and this is what we are dealing with. I think that it is not restricted to slide 5, we shall have indicated that this one to the 19 recommendations that the DPCI is dealing with. If one was to go further in the slides that follows that we shall have indicated the number of other matters that are handled by the ID. In fact, the IDEC, because it was legislated to deal with these matters, it is the one that is carrying the bigger volume. We have taken that which they have not taken. So if we were to be presenting with the IDEC, you will see the bigger picture that the majority of these cases are sitting there in the IDEC, where they shall obviously be indicating that not less than 268 have already been charged in this matter. So we are only referring to our portion that we are dealing with. Other potential cases, obviously, there in the IDEC, they have got more than what the state cap has recommended, did not find its way into the recommendation.
General Livia,
which is part and parcel.
General Livia, I suggest I suggest that you switch off your camera, because your audibility seems to be affected, and sometimes when you respond, some of the words that you are speaking can't come out clear. Sorry about that, Chair and General Livia. I just thought it will assist.
Thank you, Minister. The next question from the Honorable Ghana was suggesting that we are dealing with runners and that the mastermind seems to be not accounted for. Maybe we need to be reminding the honorable members that part of those that have been charged are HOD, head of department. I don't think that they are runners. They were in charge. And some of these individuals are directors. Of course, it are senior politicians. And even if one was to check the seniority of political position, usually there are top 6, top 4 parties. And I don't know, when we have gone to that level, it should be juniorized. In terms of the others, which I shall also be responding when I come to Bosasa matter, it will also supplement this where it is expected. And then the issue of collaboration, indeed, we are collaborating with the NPA, as we shall have indicated. Coming to the questions of Honorable Measure, the difference between an inquiry and a case, it is just the label that we give to these dockets. A case docket, SAPS 3, is a fully fledged docket that we normally take to court. An inquiry is a sort of a docket which can be turned into a docket that can go to court. But usually the methodology of investigation, you'll find that most of this organized nature of crime, you start with an inquiry. So that it's actually the methodology, but otherwise all the evidence is kept in the very same way that it will be kept ready to go to court. The inquiry is turned into a docket. So what was filed as A1 in the inquiry will still remain A1. Can you find such warrants been issued where we are still on an inquiry stage? The investigation is on it. Then may we. And the next question was the convicted, and we still have a case on hand. What should be observed is that we may charge a number of individuals in one matter, but the other may choose that I'm not going to contest, I want to plead guilty and go and face whatever sentence is coming my way. And the other may want to protest. And in that way, one portion is finalized, the individual is sentenced, but the case we will not file away because the other individual must still go through the process of court. In some of the matters, you will even find individual, whereas matter on the roll, other asking the separation of trial. That is where you begin to see that this matter, single matter, actually splits. The next question is coming from the Honorable Shekelin regarding the 35 case and the proportionality with regard to the state capture. As we shall have indicated, we are only dealing with a small portion. A bigger portion is dealt with by the IDEC, which was constitutionally legislated to deal with these matters coming from the state capture as well as other commissions. So whatever is the leftovers, they are the ones that we are dealing with. So if we were to be sitting with the NPA, that is the bigger picture will become clearer. The convictions and accountability not receiving attention. I think that once we have placed the matter on the court roll, usually the sentencing is sitting on the presiding officer, unless the National Prosecuting Authority is not satisfied with the nature of the sentence, and there is nothing that they will be utilizing that particular convict to come and assist in testifying against others. At times they appeal. But from our side, all what we need is to ensure that we secure the attendance of an accused person in court and let the court process take its course. 3 years, why these matters have taken this long for prosecution, where is prosecution and the like. Yeah, indeed, if one was to look at as an example of the Free State that was cited, you look at the number of accused persons that are appearing there. You look at the number of statements that have been obtained there, and you consider how much time does it take to get this kind of statement. It's not the same as a statement of assault. And you also look at the process that have been undertaken to complete the investigation. Some of the individuals that needed to be secured before court, which were outside the country, where you also have to deal with the extradition and the like. So those processes delays. And even when we sit today, the matter is ready for trial, but it is taken through trial within a trial, which is again delaying the finalization of the real trial. So trial itself has not yet started because there are trial within a trial. So that is the where we do not have power. Ours is to secure the attendance of the accused persons in court. The next question of Bosasa, whether there is interference and the like. No, there is no interference from our side. That's why we always conclude by saying that with us, when we do our work, we will do so without fear, favor, or prejudice. And no one interferes with our work because the judge is available. If there is interference, we quickly go to the judge and tell the judge and say there is interference on this matter. In the matter of Bosasa, which we can be able to indicate the number of the names of the individuals that have been arrested. We have got Mr. Culligan. We have got Agrizi that the other honorable members have mentioned. We have got Mr. Fantonder. We have got Mr. Bonifacio. We have got Mr. Foster, who's unfortunately the deceased now, and we have got Mr. Moti, the former commissioner of correctional services. And I don't think that they are junior in terms of the responsibilities that they were expected to do when they were working in that environment. The further indication is that no charges against the Guptas and the ministers. Indeed, even in that Bosasa matter, there is mention of ministers and the like. As we shall have indicated, some of these matters have been declared by the IPID that they would like to take this. And among them is this one of the Bosasa, which is now in the ID, that they have done after we have effected these arrests. And then our investigators are continuing there, which we have allowed to continue so that the case does not collapse because the NPA is still fighting the very same cause as us to ensure that justice is done. The other one was that there are no ministers, but maybe we also need to be indicating that in one matter that the case has been withdrawn, which we reflected there. The individual that has been arrested there was arrested when he was a sitting minister. So I think that then it suggests that if a sitting minister is involved, we do so without fear or favor. And that is the matter that has been withdrawn, which we say that it is now with the National Prosecuting Authority to review that, because we believe that there was no need to withdraw that matter because the prosecutor who was dealing with the matter was convinced that there is sufficient evidence on which the suspect can answer. So the National Prosecuting Authority has, since the 1st of November, been looking at this. Once they make a decision, then we will obviously abide by that. But at least we shall have indicated that there is a view that there is sufficient evidence on this. So this should serve as an indication that we do not discriminate the level of the suspect, whether they are ordinary administrators or whether they are senior officers in the government or whether in the political space. So the number of cases that we have put here show that that is a way in which we operate. The task force is the next question, and whether this is effective and what we are doing. Indeed, we are meeting. The task force is continuing to meet regularly on a weekly basis to ensure that there is no duplication. Whatever the other hand is doing, the other one is aware of. For we work together because even when we have concluded, those will be prosecuting will be coming from the National Prosecuting Authority. That is the collaboration way in which we deal with these state capture investigations. The other question was where are the 124 and the like arrested by the IPID? As we shall have indicated, if we are called together with the IPID, they will be able to unpack all these arrests that they have. Indeed, 201 natural persons and 67 juristic persons that they have charged in this state capture. So if you were to add those of the DPCI, one can see that at least 300 arrest and prosecution is taking place on these state capture matters. The last one was the sentences that appear to be lenient. Indeed, if the National Prosecuting Authority is uncomfortable with the nature of the sentences, they have got the right to appeal the sentences. But otherwise, from our side, we ensure that the accused is appearing in court. We secure the attendance. The next questions come from the Honorable Mokoena regarding the SOEs and whether we have recommended disciplinary processes from our side. In terms of the recommendation by the state capture, even disciplinary processes were taken into consideration. We take it that those institutions that were supposed to do something about disciplinary processes, they will do that. So there are those that they have to be looking at. And when we effect arrest, if the individuals are still working in the SOEs, we inform them of those arrests. So that in case they want to take disciplinary processes, they will be doing that. The recommendation, the next question, recommendation for reform. I think that the recommendation regarding reform was also accommodated in the state capture report, which the other departments will obviously be dealing with that. And I think that is also where you will find that there is the NACAC that we also participate. I think they are closer to finalizing their report to the statement to the state president that deals with the recommendation regarding the reform. Indeed, we have participated in those forums that deal with the possibility of reforming the architecture of dealing with corruption in the country. So there is also a meeting set already on Monday to deal with the final proposal on reform, which will obviously be tabled before the state president by the responsible authority. The sixth question of Honorable Musokopos is the financial expenditure cost of the 20 investigators that are assigned to IDEC. There are 20 investigators that are working only in the DPCI, dealing with these matters that are within the DPCI. There are 15 investigators that are with IDEC, that are the ones that we have allowed to work full-time there in the IDEC until the August, as I shall have indicated. The cost implication is that we provide them with the vehicles for transport, and we continue to pay their salary. Those are the arrangement of in the government, because the money that we pay salary for come from the government, and the NPA salaries come from the government. So for us is to ensure that collaboration take place, and the cost obviously come from our side. We haven't calculated how what their salaries for that period that they have been working there, but I think that that can be done. We can be able to say that for this period that they have been working, these are the cost of their salaries that they have received, and the petrol cost of the vehicles. But all these are financed by the state from the taxpayer's contribution. The next question was the issue of premature arrests, that we are having challenges moving to court. Why do we arrest when we are not ready and these matters go and delay in court? That is why you'll see that there is a number of statements that we take before we take individuals to go to court. If you look at the part of the PRASA, you will see the amount of statements that have been taken, and we have not yet gone to court with regard to these other individuals. 889 statements that have been put into the docket. So the National Prosecuting Authority is not yet satisfied that they are ready to go to court. And when they are ready to go to court, it means that they shall have compiled their charge sheet so that everything is ready once we secure the attendance of the accused persons in court. We do not arrest for the purpose of investigation. We investigate and thereafter secure the attendance of the accused persons in court. This happens more so in the cases of serious corruption and the serious commercial crime. Where we quickly rush into arrest is the serious organized crime, such as cases of cash in transit and the like, those kind of crimes. That is where you will not wait until you have finalized all the investigation before you secure the attendance of the accused person in court. The next one is the mechanism to avoid losing the evidence, which I shall have also highlighted that the evidence, obviously, there are those that are kept in the police storage facility, SAPS 13, and which when we hand over the matter to the IDEC, obviously the evidence is recorded within that police docket. That case docket, there is a portion where you record the evidence, the exhibits that are have been secured and where they are, so that that is accounted. Because even when you dispose of that case in court, there will be an order that is asked as to how do we dispose of the exhibits. Coming to the question of Honorable Mutetwa, I think that I shall already have indicated that the one of the accused person is the HOD. Indeed, is on a higher level. I have mentioned, Honorable Mutetwa, the names of those who were arrested in Bosasa. It's not Agrizi alone. The Honorable member will recall that when he was being arrested, that is the time when he was testifying, but that was the time that the matter was ripe to secure the attendance in court, which I think that was done. So the matter is with the IDEC. We will not be reporting the nitty-gritties any further. The last question comes from the Honorable Skosana, asking as to whether the human resource might be a challenge regarding the progress of these matters. When it comes to the human resource, we have always indicated that the capacity that we are having is not where we are supposed to be. We are operating at 51% capacity. And we are talking about 1.56% of the SAPS staff establishment. So when you look at the Hawks, it is 1% of the police establishment. But that 1% is the product that we are able to be showing on a daily basis. We obviously want to be growing so that if we are at 100%, it means that we shall have doubled the work that we are able to produce. That is why we always remind the listeners and the commentators that we have got more than 11,000 accused persons that are pending in court as we speak with this 1% capacity. So where there is evidence of other role players who are involved in corruption, the corruptor and the corruptee, where there is evidence even recorded, we will appreciate that because it will help so that the cases can be solved. If it was in officials in government establishment, we were going to say that there is an obligation in terms of Section 34 of the Prevention of Corrupt Activities Act to report that particular knowledge of crime. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. I think that I have attended to the questions that have been raised. If I missed, I would be happy to be reminded. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thanks, General Lebeya, and thanks, Chairperson. I think General Lebeya has been detailed, Chair, on the issues that members have raised, and we really appreciate the questions, like I said. And I think, in the beginning, I did indicate that it will be in the interest of the committee, Chair, through you, if we could facilitate that a joint session be held with justice, so that members can get an update of where we are broadly on the issues, because I think it will be helpful. But I mustn't say more than what was said by General Lebeya, but to thank you, Chair, for allowing us to respond to the issues that members have raised with us. Thank you very much.
Chair.
Thank you. I will acknowledge you now, Honorable Skosana. Thank you for the detailed feedback, General Lebeya. It was in a lot of depth, and thank you, Dear Matale. I'm going to give Honorable Skosana a brief moment before we move on to the next report. Honorable Skosana.
My apology, Chair, for speaking without being recognized.
No.
If it was in the plenary, I would have been it would be a big story. I just wanted to say to Dr. Lebeya, Chair, he did not respond to what I've asked. Remember, I've asked about the issue that was the remedial action from the public protector. He did not say anything about that. And about that Bosasa issue, remember. And then I asked about the service standard. Why does it take so long? Arrest a person, then you say you're investigation. Why not investigate, then arrest a person? I thank you, Chair. Because what I wanted to find out whether they have service standard or they don't have,
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Skosana. General Lebeya, maybe a brief response.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The issue of Bosasa, obviously the remedial action from the public protector, anything that relates to Bosasa has been taken care of by the IDEC. As I shall have indicated that we started that investigation long before the finalization of the State Capture Commission, which is why at the time when the witnesses were still testifying, the matter was ripe to be presented at court. So the National Prosecuting Authority will be in a better position because we no longer have got access to the content of that. We have handed over everything. We did not keep anything behind on that matter of Bosasa. The second question was not very much clear. If maybe I can ask the honorable member to repeat that, the second one.
Thank you, General. Honorable Skosana, I want to ask whether you would be willing to write to General Lebeya with the specific question just for the interest of time, I hope you don't mind, General Labia, but I'm cautious of running over time today. So if we may, dear Matale, possibly move on to the IPID presentation.
Yeah, no, let's proceed with Mr. Sedi with the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, honorable members, Deputy Minister Matale, Deputy Minister Dr. Bushielo, and colleagues. Chair, from IPID, I'm joined by Mr. Kani, Head of Executive Support Office, Mr. Kefalakai, Acting National Head of Investigation, as well as Mr. Ramafoko, Head of Legal Services. Chair, with your permission, allow me to invite Mr. Kani to take us through the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sedi, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, the Honorable Deputy Ministers. We appreciate the opportunity that has been given to us to come and brief you on the status of the investigation resulting from the Judicial Commission of Inquiry. The Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, given a background in his opening remarks of how IPID got to be involved in these matters emanating from the state capture. And I want to appreciate the fact that he's got a background of how we got to be involved. And also, the dear Matale also leveled the ground in terms of the responsibilities of IDEC in the investigation, the actual investigation of the cases. And I think I should also indicate that IPID, given our mandate, we can only monitor cases that were reported to us or that were given to us to look at, because of the fact that IPID only investigate cases where police are involved. Where there are elements of misconduct and criminality on the side of the police, will then conduct active investigation. But where there's allegation that police may have failed to respond to the complaint, we then monitor and engage the police and make sure that they respond adequately to the complaints. So my presentation, I would not want to take much time because we thought that we needed to talk to a few issues. In my index, it will be the purpose, the background that I've already spoken to, the status of the investigation. And I want to indicate the word investigation, that it does not necessarily mean that IPID has taken over the investigation, because in the cases that were referred to us, there's no case that police were found to be actual perpetrators of a particular crime. However, it's cases where it was expected of the police to act, and as a result, IPID then monitor such cases. So in terms of the purpose, if we're to move to the next slide, is just to brief the Honorable Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee about the progress of the matters that were referred to us from the department, the Deputy Director General of Department of Justice, where we were informed that there are certain recommendations that we need to look at. So if we can move to the background. The DM also spoke about it, as well as the chairperson, that the task team was informed. And we thought it's important that we take the committee from where we started, so that we're able to follow each other up to where we are currently. So the background outlines how we were informed, how we got to know about the recommendation, and that IPID need to take. There are certain matters that IPID need to monitor and to ensure that there's compliance on the part of the police, which then led to the establishment of the task team. And the first task of the team was to first gather and collect and identify the investigation as well as the witnesses and the victim, so that as we engage those that are investigating the case, we are able to provide such information to them and assist in the monitoring of the actions that is expected of us. The next slide, which is a continuation of the background, it also speaks to the specific commission report where IPID was referred, or where matters were referred to IPID. In the next slide, you find that there were 3 specific recommendations which emanate from the free-headed dairy farm in the Free State province that were requested to look at. And the recommendations in that recommendation report of the commission was that we needed to look at 3 aspects, which is the abuses by the police, the non-responsiveness, and the inaction by the South African Police Service. And you would agree with me that if you look at this abuse, non-responsiveness, it is either the omission on the part of the police. So we needed to look at that. So we categorize cases, and I have already said in my previous slide that it's only 3 cases that were relevant or that were sent to us so that we can monitor and ensure that the police are conducting the investigation and they are assisting people. If we can move to the next slide. Chairperson, as I indicated, that we had to look at inaction, non-responsiveness, and abuse. The first case that talked to the inaction by the police relates to the Bayswater case, which is a case that involved the former MEC of Finance in the Free State, where they broke into a house and certain items of value were stolen. IPID was able to confirm that indeed the break-in took place and certain items were taken. And we then started to engage with the police with a view to understand how far is the investigation. And I can report that when we met with the police in Free State, we found that the investigation was incomplete, and there are certain important aspects of investigation which were left out, like engaging with key witnesses. But however, of dismay, we found that the case was closed, and it was closed prematurely. And we felt as IP that the closure was unjustified. And as we again perused the docket, we also discovered that the investigation conducted displays a remarkable inaptitude from the side of the police. And they also acknowledged the chairperson, as we pointed out. We agreed then with the investigating team that the case has to be reopened, which they did. The case was then assigned to the late Brigadier Mkhawulesi. We sat with him in Free State, and we agreed that the case has to be reopened. The case was reopened, and we agreed that they are going to give us monthly feedback, or as and when there's a change in the status of the case, they are required to provide us with feedback. Sadly, or before we could receive the first feedback or progress from Brigadier Mkhawulesi, we learned of his sudden passing. And then we then started to engage Free State Provincial Organized Crime to say, yes, the matter still has to continue. The fact that Brigadier Mkhawulesi, who was the lead investigator, has passed on should not affect the case. So we then said to them that they need to reassign the case to another investigator, which they did. And that particular investigator started to be the lead investigator. However, during the Besta matter, he got so much caught up with the Besta matter. He was the person that went to look for Besta and very much involved in the Besta matter. However, he did indicate to us that he's got urgent engagement relating to the Besta matter. But we then agreed with him that we're going to give him time, but that does not mean that the investigation must stop. And I can report, Chairperson, that we in the past week, we engaged with him for further progress, and we learned that there are a number of activities that have already taken place. He wrote to us and informed us. But however, when we look at the activities that has taken place so far, it has not come to a point where we can conclusively say that the investigation is complete or is ready to be presented to court, because from the report that we have received, the LCRC was approached and the request was made for downloading of the photos from the house. The former MEC was also interviewed, and she explained that she was granted standard security. There was no static security that was provided to her. Also, in terms of Section 205, the subpoena was served to Vodacom in relation to the phone that was missing from the house, because when the intruders came in, they took a phone from a friend of the former MEC's son. So that information, we felt that it's not something that we can come and report now, but I only want to highlight that there are activities that are currently taking place with regard to this matter, and IPID will continue to monitor and to make sure that there's finality in this matter, and come back and report. And also, I want to indicate furthermore that IPID feeds into IDEC. There's a meeting that we have on quarterly basis with all stakeholders that are responsible for these matters, and IPID is one of that. So we are waiting for the finalization of the 205, also the outcome from the Office of the State Treasury, who has visited to establish the security of the former MEC. So there is so much that we're still going to report on, Chairperson, with regard to this matter. But I just want to indicate that IPID will continue to make sure that we continue engaging with the investigating officer. We will, if he needs support, we will offer him support so that we expedite the investigation of this matter. But of key is just to give assurance that we are going to keep following up on this matter until it is finalized. The next one, Chairperson, relates to the non-response by the police. Also, with regard to this matter, we also wanted to give a background to the chairperson and the committee members of where the matter started, where there was an allegation in the Free State of people that called themselves the enforcers. These enforcers were protecting the interest of certain people within Free State that occupied high positions, and so these people would then be terrorizing the community. There's one gentleman that his name was not mentioned that went to the police station to report a case of assault by the enforcers. When he arrived, it is alleged that he was not assisted by the station commander, and he was informed that there's no case that can be opened against the enforcers. When we became aware, Chairperson, we then started to engage and wanted to find out exactly what happened, because we believe every person has the right to open a case against any other person. Now, we then engaged the station commander at the time to understand what actually happened, and to also look at the case docket, because we then discovered that this gentleman, since he could not get assisted from Friede, he had to travel to Standerton to open a case docket. The case docket was then transferred back to Friede. What is comforting, Chairperson, is the way we worked with SAPS, because after we became aware and interviewed the station commander, and he confirmed that yes, he knows the allegation, IPID made the necessary recommendation to SAPS that certain steps need to be taken. And SAPS, without any fail, Chairperson, they implemented the disciplinary steps in line with their internal disciplinary processes, which resulted in the station commander being sanctioned for that particular action. We also, as IPID, verified and confirmed that indeed the disciplinary sanction that was meted against the station commander, which I can mention, CASA, was legitimate and supported by the findings of the internal investigation by SAPS. And we then consider that SAPS have implemented the recommendation, and there will be no further correspondence in terms of as far as this matter is concerned. We can go to the next slide. The next slide, Chairperson, talks to the non-response. This is in relation to the murder of Mr. Ngwenya. Mr. Ngwenya, it is alleged that he was killed in Friede by unknown people, which when we became aware, we started engaging. We thought it's important that we engage with the family so that we get a background of what actually transpired. And we then started engaging with the family. They provided us information, but they then said in our engagement that the suspects have not been arrested. And the family had their own suspicion as to who could be involved in this matter. We then engaged the investigating officer in Friede in order to understand what happened, why the suspects were not arrested. And also we further engaged with the NPA with regard to this matter in our monitoring exercise. As IPID, since we could not take over this matter because it involves civilians, but we monitored the case. The NPA confirmed that the case docket was indeed, because when we spoke to the investigating officer, he said the matter, the docket is with NPA. We went to NPA. NPA confirmed that they are indeed they have the docket in their possession. And through the interaction of IPID, summons were then issued to the suspects, and 2 suspects appeared in court. IPID became, in the next slide, IPID became amicus curiae and attended all court sessions and also giving the support to the daughters of Mr. Ngwenya, because we're dealing more with the daughters of Mr. Ngwenya. We attended the court. Is a periodical court, so it would sit once in a quarter, but we made sure that we go and support them. With regard to, on the 9th of September 2024, the accused appeared in Friede periodical court and were acquitted in all charges. Now, we then, as IPID, we still want to understand, and we have taken the necessary we have sought legal advice internally so that we get to understand what happened, why were the suspects acquitted. We are looking at it with a view to review this case. And there's something that I just want to quickly highlight before I go to the conclusion, that during our engagement with the IO, he raised the issue of the ballistic report that was sent to Pretoria, and it came back, but he was not happy with the findings. And he then decided that he must send this for second opinion in KZN. And along the way, in transit to KZN, he indicated that they disappeared. So we want to establish, the legal advice that we are seeking is to establish whether there's any link between the disappearance of the ballistic report and the acquittal. And I think Chairperson will be able to come back and give you feedback. We can go to the next slide, feedback with regard to this, our finding. this also is regard to the abuse by the so-called enforcers. We want to state that although when we engage with SAPS, we could not find any case against the enforcers except for the one that I spoke about earlier in Friede. And we do not understand, we do not know why, whether people were threatened to open cases or but what we found from the police management regarding the allegation of the enforcers is that there was no case registered. But this does not mean that IPID dispute the fact that enforcers assaulted people, but it's just that the investigation will require that victims must come out so that we can be able to source information and be able to interview them and make sure that we assist them in opening cases that SAPS is going to investigate while we monitor. Because like I indicated, our mandate with regard to investigation of cases reported by civilian, it cannot be, we cannot exercise that authority, but we can only monitor. As I conclude, Chairperson, I just want to indicate that as I indicated with the Bayswater case, there is a number of activities that the police still have to perform that we are following up and we are monitoring. And as and when there's a change in the status of the case, we have indicated that they need to give us feedback. And also we agree that on monthly basis, they need to give us feedback. So we are still awaiting for the 205 that were sent. Once they come back, they have to provide us with feedback. Chairperson, we consider the Friede matter where they failed to assist the complainant, that the action taken by SAPS in terms of the disciplinary actions and internal processes to discipline the station commander suffices. And I do not think that there is any further action that we need to take with regard to that. And like I said, we also confirmed that indeed there was sanction that was against the station commander. With regard to the case of Mr. Ngwenya, I've indicated that we have sought internal legal advice with a view to look at whether we can review this matter and the nexus between the loss of the ballistic report and the acquittal will be able to come back and provide the committee and the chairperson with progress with regard to this matter. But as I conclude, Chair, I just want to assure the Chair and the committee that IPID is working hard on making sure that these investigations are concluded. We also understand the capacity constraints that the police and IPID may have, but we are committed in ensuring that where support is required, support will be provided. There's a commitment from IPID management to make sure that these cases receive the attention that they receive so that our communities that are victims can be able to find closure on these matters. IPID will continue to provide progress to the portfolio committee as well as the Secretary of Cabinet as we try and assist the President in answering a question with regard to the responses from the Zondo Commission. I want to thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. Dear Matale, would you like to say something before we engage?
No. Thank you, Chair. We can proceed to get comments and questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, DM colleagues. I'm going to open the floor. Are there any comments or questions? I'm going to list names. I've noted Honourable Reverend Meshwe. I've noted Honourable Schikkeling.
Consider me, Chair.
Honourable Sokopo, I got you. Go. Honourable Mokoena. Honourable Ghana. Here we go. As I always say, just put up your hand if you want to add something. If you don't have something immediately, feel free to put it up as we go. Honourable Reverend Meshwe. you can begin. Hold on, sorry, Reverend, I'm sorry. Can we just, Nicolette, will you just switch on the timer for us again? Colleagues, remember 4 minutes, 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. It seems there is questionable conduct emanating from the Freire police station. I want to know, I mean, it's a general observation, whether IPID can confirm that the behavior from the station commander and his subordinates, whether there has been proper, satisfactory cooperation coming from members who are serving at that police station. Now, I am keen to know whether IPID was interested in knowing how Brigadier Mukaulesi passed away. Because when a case that was prematurely closed, many times there could be political influence there. There could be, because of reasons of corruption, wanting to hide something. And when it is reopened and assigned to somebody different, there would be a concern from those who were involved with the closure, premature closure of that case, that this person might want to expose what they want to hide. That is why I think that there has to be an investigation of how this person died, this brigadier that was, the case was given to. Is there any link between his death and the closure of that case? So has the IPID asked themselves the questions around that? And if yes, what did they find? And then my next question is about the enforcers. Who are these people? These enforcers, are they members of the police force? Are they a legal structure that was established when? Now, since they seem to be bullies who are abusing the authority they have, or they have the authority that they have given themselves, maybe, why are they allowed to exist? Why are they allowed to exist? Particularly because they seem to be a violent group of individuals. If they're not a legal structure, for how long are they going to be allowed to exist and intimidate people who are doing their work? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, I really have a problem with the fact that we receive complaints on a daily basis of the SAPS that don't want to open cases for normal citizens. And I really think there must be a time where this comes to an end. We also receive many complaints of SAPS members assaulting normal citizens, and I also think that this must come to an end. The Freire police station definitely seems problematic, and I think that the SAPS must pay a little bit more attention to them to find out what is going on there. But Chair, my questions are as follows. Has IPID engaged with community stakeholders or civil society organizations in the Free State to identify possible unreported abuses linked to this case? And what measures are IPID taking to encourage victims or witnesses to come forward and formally register complaints regarding the alleged abuses by the so-called enforcers and those that have tried to open cases but have not been allowed to? Given that IPID has confirmed poor police conduct in the Bayswater robbery case and only acted after the Zondo Commission's revelations, what assurances can be given to the public that systemic failures within SAPS in political sensitive investigations, which we have several of, particularly where high-level corruption is involved, are not being quietly ignored as perceived unless exposed by commissions or the media, because it is perceived that we are almost sweeping these under the table, and I don't like to use that term. In the case where a complainant was allegedly assaulted by the informers and denied assistance at the Vrede police station, how does IPID justify the mere 2-month suspension without pay of Colonel Gaza? And what message does this light sanction send to other police officers who obstruct justice in political connected cases? And my last question, Chair, is regarding the murder of Mr. Ngwenya and the eventual acquittal of the accused. What specific investigative deficiencies did IPID identify, and how will it hold accountable those within SAPS whose failures may have directly contributed to the collapse of this prosecution? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Garner.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question might not be the one that IPID itself can answer, but what is clear, and one tries to connect the dots, that the reason you have a focus on the Vrede police station, it's related to the Vrede dairy farm cases from the state capture and what happened there. It might be something that the leadership of the police have to answer insofar as the current state of the police station is post the Vrede dairy farm scandal and the corruption and the public stealing of South Africa's money being channeled through a farm that is in that policing precinct. What has been done insofar as that police station is concerned? Are there other cases that IPID has attended to outside of the state capture report recommendations pertaining to the workings of that particular station? Because one of the things that we also that will help is to understand this even beyond the scope of the State Capture Commission, insofar as how the station is operating. Are there other matters other than these three that we have been reported, insofar as the conduct of the policemen and women who are stationed at the Vrede police station? So the first one is just confirmation that all these cases are somehow linked to the dairy farm itself. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Garner. Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around the issue of the enforcers. The reason given to us is that there were no cases reported around. There's information of existence of a group or a gang of people who are not law abiders. So I want to find out whether our police, do they depend on cases being opened before they act? Is there no intelligence that is applicable to gather information about this notorious group of people and be apprehended as suspects, interrogated? The language speaker spoke about this, that language that makes people feel very comfortable. In the apartheid era, we used to run even when we were not guilty, run away from cops. But today we see cops being threatened by criminals. running away from criminals, something that shouldn't be happening. What is our problem with our language is that our language says, for instance, as you present, you talk about engaging, constantly engaging. Police mustn't engage. Police must interrogate, investigate, arrest. Don't engage. Engage is it's a boardroom language where you're talking business or you're trying to negotiate business. It is our language that is also losing us this battle. I'm saying we because I also include myself in this. The failure of our policing, it is inclusive of us failing to act on our path also. But that is my question that I wanted to raise, whether don't we have intelligence in this country that looks into things? We seem to be proactive instead of being, it seems to be reactive instead of being proactive. What is the challenge that you have in terms of the intelligence? Don't we have intelligence at SAPS? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. Dear Matale, if I may hand over to you to facilitate response.
Chair, have you forgotten about me?
Sokopo, yeah. Honourable Sokopo.
Honourable Sokopo, I did. I'm sorry, I'm extremely guilty as charged. I'm sorry. You may go ahead.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to check. Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, please.
Chair, I wanted to check what specific monitoring mechanisms are in place to ensure that SAPS complies with IPID's investigation directives in these kind of cases. That's my first question. The second question is, what did IPID do encouraging those that were affected, either victims or witnesses, in this matter, encourage them to come forward on this alleged abuse by the enforcers? Chair, I think I must just ask those two questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. Then I may hand over to Dear Matale.
No, thanks, Chair. And my apologies, the slight delay. This gadget is not cooperating. No, thanks for the comments and the questions, members. I'll request that the CFO, Mr. Sitedi, should then lead the responses together with the team. Over to you, Mr. Sitedi, through you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and the DM. I've noted, Chairperson, that some of the questions from honourable members, they are directed to SAPS. We will try as IPID to deal with those questions that are specifically relating to our mandate. I'm going to invite Mr. Kanye as well as Mr. Kefelagai, Head of Investigation, to respond to the question raised by members, and I will come after them. Thank you, Mr. Kanye.
Thank you, Mr. Steady, and thank you, Chairperson and DM. Let me start with Honourable Mushe. Indeed, we agree with Honourable Mushe that the conduct of the Friede is something that has to be looked at. But we are glad that the police, after receiving the recommendation from IP, they made the necessary, they took the necessary steps that resulted in the station commander being disciplined and also being removed from Friede. As we speak, our record indicates that he has been moved from Friede. Is currently at the district office. So I think there's an action that a commendable action from the SAPS for implementing that and making sure that that particular individual that was not assisting the community is removed from that particular police station. The other question, whether we are interested in knowing why Brigadier passed away, it's a very interesting question, Honourable. I think everyone would be interested. But the information that we have received and which was in public platform is that he took his own life. And we could not find any link between him taking his own life and his involvement with this investigation. And would also appreciate the fact that he had other investigations that he was busy with, including the Besta matter and other things. And maybe personal issues may have led to him taking his own life, but we could not find any link from the investigation that he was conducting and the taking of his own life. With regard to the enforcers, as to who are these people and are they members of SAPS, we can confirm, Honorable Misha, that these are not members of the SAPS, but like I indicated in my presentation, that these are a group of people that came together to protect the interest of certain individuals in the Free State that occupied high position. So anyone that will go against them or seem to be opposed to those particular individuals these people will then make sure that they deal with them. So these are people that volunteered themselves, came together and want to protect the interest of certain individuals that were in a high position. So that is that. But I can confirm that it is not allowed, but it's not something that IPID can look at. It's something that SAPS need to look at with the assistance of the community, because community remains the eyes and the ears of the police. So if there's any information, perhaps police can then have deploy intelligence around those areas so that they can be able to get information and be able to deal decisively with these people. Going to the question of Honorable Shikling, yes, of course, attention needs to be paid to Friede police station. And I think this is my own assessment of the functionality of police stations that are in more rural. They seem to have those challenges, but it's something that I think SAPS will have to deal with. And I do not want to comment much on the responsibilities of SAPS. Like my manager has indicated that the questions, some questions relate to SAPS, but suffice to say that it's something that SAPS must look at and make sure that they deal with whatever that is happening in Friede and how to capacitate it if there's a need for that. On question of what measures are we taking to ensure communities encouraged and what assurance can be given that systemic corruption is exposed. The policing by its nature is an interaction between community, the community structures, police, and other law enforcement. So we also depend on the intelligence. We depend on the police, on the community coming out, so that we are able to get information. And same applies to SAPS. So I want to, if I'll speak to the CFO, that perhaps in our next round of community engagement or community outreach, we visit that particular area. And I think it will be very important that SAPS, together with IPID, we jointly have an outreach program that side in order to encourage communities to come out, because we depend on communities to come out with information, given the fact that we are thin in terms of capacity. We cannot be able to be there. And IPID with no intelligence capacity, it also creates a problem. But we rely on SAPS for intelligence, which also means that there must be in a way that we cooperate in order to bring the services to the people of Friede together with SAPS, IPID, and any other structure. Even I would also encourage that the parliamentary oversight chairperson must also visit that site, so that we all seem to have our hands on the deck. How does IPID justify 2 months' salary? IPID makes recommendation to SAPS. Unfortunately, we do not prescribe the months. We do not prescribe how SAPS must discipline. SAPS will evaluate and take into consideration the aggravating factors and the mitigating factors that the person will bring on the table. But we, from where we are as IPID, we do not want to comment on much on the sanction itself. But we are happy that something has been taken, steps have been taken, our recommendation have been implemented. And the fact that the station commander has been removed, and we hope that the current station commander is able to be accessible to the communities, and our communities are receiving the services that they require. In terms of what specific failures have IPID established, we were guided by the allegations that we received from the state capture, and we zoomed into that particular report, which established the failures to assist the complainant. And that's why we had to deal with that without deviating from the mandate that was given to us by the commission, so that when we report, we're able to report specifically on the matters that we raised. I fear the risk of extending the scope. When you have to report, you'll have a challenge when you have extended your scope. But if you have limited your scope to what you've been asked to look into, even when you report, it becomes easier. But like I said, we are happy that SAPS have implemented our recommendations that led to the station commander being removed and be disciplined. Honorable Ghana, there's not much, of course, is the leadership of SAPS, and I want to agree with you that perhaps this should be an eye-opener for the SAPS leadership to zoom into Friede and see what is actually happening and see how they can assist the people of Friede to be able to get access to the police and deploy the necessary human capacity that side. Again, given the fact that it's a farming community, and they need the support. So I don't want to dwell much on this, but suffice to say, yes, we agree with you that SAPS need to see how they can assist the station. In terms of the other cases that IPID has outside of the state capture, from where I am now, I cannot say yes or no, but we can be able to provide that through CFO if you allow, that we can provide cases that we are currently dealing with in our Free State province. I have engaged the province to give us the cases. I don't know whether Honorable Ghana would want for the past 5 years, for the past 3 years, or from the time of state capture. We'll be able to provide that. We'll give you the numbers, but from where I am now, I do not have numbers, but we can be able to provide to the Honorable Chairperson as a way of responding to your question. Honorable Tetwa, you also talked about the issues of intelligence, and I could not agree with you more that we need intelligence capacity need to be strengthened so that we are able to respond adequately to the challenges facing Friede. Honorable Sokopo, what specific monitoring mechanism or what did IPID do to encourage victims? I have already indicated that I will persuade my manager and the CFO that maybe our next visit, when we conduct outreach, where we engage with communities, we need to visit Friede. And if Honorable Scopo would want the the commitment that I'm making today. We can commit after we have met with the community. We can provide you with the date and the time when we have met. And as we meet with them, we'll encourage them to come out and report to us. But of course, we are going to focus on our own mandate. And also we will extend an invite to SAPS, as we were advised by DM Bushielo, Dr. Bushielo, that it's important that when we go out, as we need to go out together, and also to dispel the notion that IPID is after the police, but we need to be seen to be working together for the benefit of our communities. So I want to believe that SAPS will also welcome this initiative, and we take this as an advice from Honorable Scopo that we need to encourage victims to come out, and the only way that we'll do now is to visit them and encourage them to come out. And before our visit, we'll go there in Friede to invite people, look at the particular community that we'll be visiting, and look at the challenges around that particular community. And then after, we'll then be able to give you implement the monitoring mechanism after we shall have met with the community. After that, we're going to be able to monitor, because I think before you visit, you'll not be able to get a clear monitoring matrix. But after the visit and engagement and building the trust with the community, you can be able to monitor and be able to provide the necessary support to the community when required. Thank you, Mr. Sedi. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanyi. Chair, I think Mr. Kanyi has covered the questions. If there is any question that you might have left, we will be advised. Over to you, and thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think that we're happy with the response that the team has given. There is no further comment from our side. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, dear Matale. I see Reverend Meshwe, your hand is up. Honorable Mtetwa, your hand is also up. I'm going to give each 1 minute. Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. My follow-up question is, will IPID advise this SAPS management to appoint or allocate some intelligence members to gather information on the background of these enforcers, whether there's also any material gain they are receiving for protecting political leaders and the politically connected, who are, politically connected individuals who are being protected from arrest and prosecution because of the illegal activities they are involved in, including intimidating individuals. They should not get away with it. And IPID, I think, has to engage senior management and say we need to find intelligence operators who are not connected to Friede police station or Friede personnel, because otherwise we'll never come to the bottom of the truth. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Meshwe. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Can us as public be taken into confidence by IPID? I want to find out if IPID did investigate and identify exactly who are the people that are called enforcers, so that the public is given that assurance that there is something that the police are doing or the IPID is doing. Again, because saying people, we are only dependent on community. Why should then the community trust our policing if our policing cannot be able to identify people? You've been given the situation that there are people who are harassing the community. So you can't just say the people who are harassing, and you are also echoing the same sentiments that are echoed by the public, that is saying, people, you should be able to, if you have investigated, do you have names? Can you share the names with us? I know that it cannot be something that can be shared publicly, but with the committee, just to say, yes, we've done our work, we've investigated, we're just waiting for cases to be opened against these people. On to DMs, both DMs, I think the department needs to have a strategy of communicating. You can see that these things are complicated to even understand them as committee members. You can imagine what the public has to. I'll give an example. When the hotline was introduced, we had so many cases reported, even cases that were not relating to government, because there was lack of communication, proper communication that says, if you have a case like this, you go to the Hawks. I will make another example. When you want to have what prompts Hawks to investigate? Because I was told at some point, you know that I'm very, very active on the issue. Yesterday, I was in court to testify against somebody that we arrested with the Hawks. I was told you cannot report a case direct to the Hawks. I don't know, you must open a case first and then you refer it to the Hawks. Then later on, I went direct to the Hawks. We set an entrapment. I reported the case direct. We set an entrapment. We arrested the bogus advocates. But so that information is lacking. The public, it needs a simplified strategy of communicating with them to say, this is what people don't know where to go when they have to report cases, who does what. Here we are told, no, this is not our mandate. We had to shift it to this one. The issue of mandate, it's a problem, honestly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. Mr. Sedi, if I can hand over to you just for brief response.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to honourable members. With regard to the issue raised by Honourable Reverend Meshwe, we will look into this matter as part of our recommendations. We will then ask SAPS to look into this enforcers. As members will then understand that according to our mandate, we are conducting investigation over police officers, not civilians. But there's nothing stopping us as IPID to make a certain recommendation so that SAPS members can consider and implement. And definitely this will be part of our recommendations to look into the Friede police station, including this enforcers. And then with regard to the communication, I agree with Reference Mthethwa. We are also concerned about the way we communicate. And
Honourable Mthethwa, as it said, I say Reference Mthethwa.
Thank you. My apology, and thank you, DM. Yes, Honourable Mthethwa, we agree with you on communication, and as part of our control measures, we have started to make sure that we strengthen our communication capacity. We are currently establishing what we call a call center 24 hours. We have roped in the service provider. We are hoping that by the end of this month, the call center will be in operation, and that will allow community members to start engaging with IPID each and every time when they've got a matter to communicate to IPID. Those are the two issues, Chairperson. I think I've covered them. If there's anything, I will be advised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sesedi. I'm happy with that. Is there anything you would like to add in conclusion, dear Matale?
No, let's appreciate the moment you gave us, Chair. We really appreciate this, and members, your questions and comments make us wiser. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Matale. Thank you, dear Mbushielo, as well, Mr. Sedi and the team from IPID, and again to General Labia, as well as General Matruas from the Hawks. Colleagues, I'm going to conclude the meeting then. Thank you for everyone's contributions today. I think the large majority of us will likely see each other at the budget session this afternoon. I then close the meeting. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Uncle.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.